Good morning, good morning, good morning. So here we are. Once again, we are here at the Herts Nitro Model Club. This time we're on the Nitro side of things. So we're just about to get ready to get going. And we're just making sure we're all okay. Okay, you can hear me okay, Jude? Okay, fabulous. Okay, let's get on the starting grid. So there we are. Herts Nitro Model Club. This is the 7-hour Herts endurance race. This time is the Nitro Challenge. Nitro side of things. Brought to you by Herts RC Models and J5Racing. We are rcracingtv. So we are, oops, nope, that is the wrong thing. There we go. And they are off. So we'll get timing on the screen imminently. Meanwhile, they are off and running. 7 hours of racing today. We got I think we have 12 or 13 teams. So we'll get timing on the screen for you guys as soon as we can. We're working on it. We already have a race for the lead. We'll follow these two. Hopefully they both stay on track. And I will get, don't have a printout just yet, but we're working on that. See if I can get numbers for these things. These are very far away from our cameras already. And we're following around the track. The track has changed quite a bit from last year. The wibbly wobbly bit at the start of the lap has changed around. There we go. I believe this is the car. Well, the car one is definitely the Nemo factory team. That's the green car that's running second at the moment. The red car going to have the number hopefully soon. I can't quite make it out. It's too far away. No, it's a number 2. So, yes, so this is number 2 and the number 1. Oh, the number 1 has gone over. And the whoops, I made a mistake. Very rapid steering back and forth as the car is upside down. So, it's starting to spread out already. Car 2, 1, and I'm going to say that's the 3. And your eyes do not deceive you if you see a Truggy out there. There's a few Truggies. They're spread out across the various teams. I believe there's, I think there's at least one team that's made up entirely of Truggies. Oh, and the number 1 Nemo team's already come in for a pit stop. Let's see what that looks like. There's our pit stop cam. Can't quite see the pit stops, but basically we're trying to show the faces, the familiar faces for the HNMC Southern Essex region here. There's Mr. Hazelwood from Nemo. There's Mr. Jim from Herts RC Models, right closest to the camera, right in front of us. So we'll show one of our other cameras. We're going to have another one hopefully set up soon. Here's our other camera. This is the not straight section coming off of the main straight. Going to have a couple of cars headed towards the camera. Just here we go. There we go. That tight little fishhook camera there, turn. And then back to the moving camera. We'll see if we can get a number on this number 1 car. Chasing down the blue has just gone over. He's just gone over. That number 1. Lots and lots of action happening. Avoiding that upside down car. Let's see here. Okay, so off and running. Okay, so we're just working on, apologies for the relative silence. Let's see. Just working on getting our timing so we have our, so everyone can see what is actually happening out there on track. Here's our timing. So, as you can see, let's get this for a second. Right, so we are just over 7 minutes in, 6 minutes and 52 minutes, 53 minutes almost remaining. So as you can see, J5Racing Team 1 is running in the lead. The Nemo Factory team, that car number 1, has dropped back by a lap, but they were in the pit stops for a bit. Accelerate Motors running second in the car 3. Car number 6, East Shrewsbury in third. In fourth, we have J5Racing 2. Then Herts RC Models. I'm going to guess it's there's a car 1 or 2 there. Herts RC Models A or B or 1 or 2. And then we got Mixed Nuts, Nemo Factory. Remote World Models, that's the club, the team from Slough, the Slough Club. Then Team X, Team Y, and Nemo UK and South Coast HNMC, I think is what that says. Some of the team names just a little bit long for our graphic. But yeah, this here is the 2024 Herts RC Models Endurance Race from the Herts Nitro Model Club. Brought to you by rcracingtv. My name is Trent McKinney. We've got Jude McCallum on the moving camera that you can watch right now. We have many, many racers in the pit lane, as you can see right there. It's going to be, basically, it's going to look like this, about as busy as this all race long for the next 7 hours almost. And here's our other camera out on the back straight. We're going to work on getting another camera set up for you guys as soon as we can. And back to the moving camera with Jude. And I think, where is this car? Just coming down the rollers. And that's the car number 1 there, I think. They've already swapped cars, it looks like. The Nemo factory team. Already moving up the order from, well, they were first. Sort of almost a random order of starting, but there was a qualification with the fastest 3 laps by team. And Nemo Factory had a little mistake early on, so they've fallen back a little bit. J5Racing Team 1 taking over the lead with the Accelerate Motors team. Running second, East Shrewsbury moving up to third. J5Racing 2 in fourth. Nemo Factory now fifth. They dropped down to 7th or 8th early on. But they're approaching the next group of, the leading group of cars. Then Mixed Nuts, Remote World Models, Team X, Team Y, Nemo UK. Both of the Herts RC Models teams running 10th and 11th. Then we got the South Coach HNMC crew currently in last place. But we'll see how that develops over the course of the next 6 hours and 49 minutes. So let's have a look and see if we can bring up our live chat. Don't forget, we are, this is live. If you're watching this on Sunday, the 29th of September, 2024, it is live. So do join in and take part. Let us know who you're cheering for and who you're looking out for out on the track, and we'll do our best to give them a follow. And we'll be talking to representatives from J5Racing and the Herts Nitro Model Club, Herts RC Models. Hopefully we'll get Jim in here to talk a bit about the shop that supports this club and a lot of the area racers. And, of course, we're hoping to talk to all of the, at least one person from each team and find out about the team and about the drivers and what cars are running and how things are rolling for them. So the running order still, J5Racing Team 1, Accelerate, East Shrewsbury, Nemo Factory now in 4th place. J5Racing Team 1 running a pretty solid game here so far. Of course, this being an endurance race, we'll see how things develop. We've got an upside down car. Can we get the... can't see the number on it. The very, very tricky part is that these cars are going to be, the numbers will be changing on the cars because different drivers will be running their own individual cars. They'll have the same car number, but they're going to have every few minutes, the cars will be changing. So it's going to be basically impossible for me to keep up with what car number is running now, because what was running 10 minutes ago and what's going to be running 10 minutes from now going to be utterly different. So I'm not even going to try to keep up necessarily with that sort of thing. But if there is a particular car number that anyone wants us to follow, we will do our very best. Just bringing up the... Just bringing up the live chat now, so we can get some interaction going with everyone who is watching. All right, so we do have some viewers in the chat, so thank you very much for joining us. Do appreciate it. So MTB for Life saying, yo! Linus Fredrickson saying hello from Sweden. Mountain Bike Life saying, yes, they are racing for 7 hours. Teabag McPick, one of our heroes. Thank you very much for being a hero. We'll get into that in a bit. Hello and morning all to everybody, including you, Mr. Teabag McPick, and Lewis Trafford, another one of our heroes. Morning all, cheering on both Nemo teams. I think the Nemo teams are going to have a good amount of support from our viewers. You can see some of them there, maybe. Mitch on the mic saying, morning, gents. So, hello and good morning. Yeah, so if you're rejoining watching our live coverage this weekend after watching the electric buggy Euros from Sweden, here's an entirely different type of racing for you. And I'm just going to put a reminder of our discount code for RCTV merch. Master Compressor saying, finally an off-road truck with dirt and holes. Yeah, there's lots of holes out there. There's quite a bit of dirt, but it is very heavily compacted dirt. But there are some rocks that do make an appearance out there. So just putting a reminder that you can get 15% off RCTV merch on rcracingtv.com/collections. And some really cool stuff on there. I'm wearing actually the RCTV beanie, hat, and hoodie. And also the Pit Lane Hot Sauce shirt, which is a firm favorite among the crew. Cheering on Mixed Nuts from Australia just because of that epic name. Yeah, I think that's more a statement of how crazy the various team members are. How many drivers are on each team? It ranges anywhere from 6 to 7. Drivers per team. At least it did yesterday. I'm pretty sure it's. I think I overheard somebody say that they're managing 4 drivers, and that was enough for that particular team manager. But I think there's up to 6, maybe 7 drivers. I think there's. Well, There were going to be possibly 13 teams, but we definitely have 12 out on track now, counting laps down. Some of them a little bit faster than others, of course. And I pinned that reminder in the live chat, so thank you very much for joining. Again, 15% off on the rcracingtv.com merch store. Got hats, shirts, hoodies, all sorts of things. And you can use the code, all caps, Herts Endurance. That's Herts Endurance. All caps, one word. And you can get 15% off. So we got a little bit of a clumpy situation here going on with 4 cars, very somewhat close proximity together. Oh, it could be up to 5, but they seem to want to string things out and crash a little bit, but doing okay. Okay, just having a look and see if there's any messages that have come in, potentially. None so far. So just letting our Stefan, our timing guru, know everything seems to be okay at the moment. Of course, he'll be one of the first people I message if there is any issues. Right, so running order. J5Racing Team 1, Accelerate Motors still in second place, but Nemo Factory pretty rapidly catching up to everybody. That leading group. East Shrewsbury in car number 6 running 4th. Remote World Model Car Club, that's the crew from Slough. I am curious if Kev Brunson is here and which team he's running for, if he's running for the Nemo Factory team or the Remote World crew. Then we have J5 Racing Team 2. And then Team X, Team Y, Mixed Nuts, Herts RC Models teams have both moved up a spot. Numa UK having a bit of trouble in that 11th spot. And then South Coast HNMC running 12th. I found a stool. Good stuff. Okay. We're getting things situated here. Yeah. Okay, hopefully the hydraulic gas canister still works. So, yeah. Okay, so yes, we're still tweaking little things here and there, as we usually do, early on in the live broadcast. But Nemo Factory now catching up They're only one lap down from Accelerate Motors and J5 Racing Team 1, so that car 1, I'll have a look and see if I can spot them out on track, and we'll try to follow them around. I see now 2 Truggys out there. There's that car 1. Jude, if you spot the car 1 before I do, I'll give you a nice shiny Scottish pound note. Which, as far as I remember, is still legal tender. There's the car 2 of J5 Racing Team 1. It's something different. Where's that car 1 at? Oh, has Jude found it? Is it upside down? That's not it. Oh, that's... It needs to have a 1-1, not 2 1s on it. Jude's working hard to earn that Royal Bank of Scotland pound note. The car with it, and that's a 5. Ah, there's the one. He's going into the pits. I spotted it, I think. So there we go. There's some pit action, some refueling. That's Mark Brunsden. Oh, what are they doing? Just make sure it still works. Testing. Okay, there we go. So there we go. That is the car 1 of Nemo Factory Team 1, or Nemo Factory Team. So they've dropped down very slightly with that pit stop. They've dropped down to 3rd, but we'll follow them because they seem to be moving pretty quick. Going into, that's the first and the second in and out sections there, I suppose that can be called. They're very, it's a little bit of a change from last year. There's a back tabletop. Instead of naming the individual jumps, it's just easier to name the various sections. So obviously here's the brick section and the main straight or pit straight, whichever you want to call it. First corner, it's an easy one. This is the first out and in. Coming back in now over the tabletop. And then the green rollers. And then the second out now. Over some wooden bits. These little tricky little jumps. And then that's the second in. So that's the out and in, out and in. And then this is the final section. With those 4 singles and the tabletop and this back section there. So... short little shoot there. Ooh, getting past. Let's see if that moves him up. It hasn't just yet. There's still 1 lap behind the car number 3 of Accelerate Motors, which I don't think that Truggy is going to be the number 3 team. So there's a second out, and then coming back in. See how that somewhat makes sense. And then this bit here, which is just sort of the back section. Just easiest to name it, possibly. And then the short shoot towards the finish line, which is right there. So there's still a couple laps behind the J5 Racing Team 1. And hopefully we'll be talking to Mark or John from the Nemo team. Find out a little bit about how their summer has been and what they've been up to. As this car heads back out. I'm not sure who's driving, unfortunately, so I can't really give you a driver's name. If I'm talking to the particular team managers, then yes, that'll be quite easy. So I have a question in the live chat. Who's the favorite to win? I would say potentially this the car 1 here, or the team number 1, Nemo Factory, or J5 Racing Team 1. I would say if I had to pick someone without really knowing exactly who's driving on the teams, I would say one of those 2 teams, J5 Racing. We'll be talking to them in a bit, but J5 Racing is a pretty good little organization putting together cars and equipment for people to try out various types of off-road RC buggy racing. So Nemo coming across to finish their 35th lap, and yeah, so we'll come off of them. There's a gaggle of 4 cars here now, and the Nemo car somehow caught up with them, trying to get past all of this basically lap traffic. Most of that is going to be lap traffic. Let's see how this number 1 car negotiates the next 2 cars. Oh, he's already passed them. He missed it. But Accelerate is 2 and a bit laps ahead, or almost 2 laps ahead, I should say. And I've just lost the hydraulics on my little bar stool here, so I've just sunk down about 6 inches. So a lap and a bit behind the Accelerate team is the Nemo Factory team. Bit of a shift around for the Remote World Model Car Club team, who dropped down to 9th after starting from 4th position. Just putting the word out to, let's see if we can get the word out to people on Facebook and messengers and all sorts. And get a post on the RCTV Facebook page. So, yeah, just getting a post on the RC Racing TV page. If you're on Facebook, please pop on to the RC Racing TV page and share the link with people. It is, we are just YouTube only for this one. Okay, so I think that is done now. So yes, make sure and help us spread the word. And we will tell you more about J5Racing as soon as we can. We talked to Stuart from J5Racing yesterday. It's a very good program to get people involved and experience not just Nitro buggy, but electric 8th buggy, electric 10th buggy, and all sorts of things. So do check out, search for J5Racing on Facebook. Who's this? Who's just gone over? Can't make out the car number. Car numbers are kind of a big thing. We don't know what team the racers are on, but we'll follow these cars for a bit and see how they do. It's always interesting to see how these racers, who are usually used to qualifying and racing in under sprint conditions, for anywhere from 5 to 10, maybe 15 minutes. And then when they get close to each other, they a lot of them just go nuts and just try to, instead of just going, okay, I'm going to let this guy go this car go fast, this faster car go past me, and just chill out a little bit. Sometimes they just tend to go nuts and just say, you will not pass me under any circumstances. Forgetting that it's a 7-hour endurance race, and we're just over half an hour into this one. Let's see what the mood in the pit lane looks like. It looks busy, but not crazy busy. No major operations needing to be done just yet. I'll see if I can get that camera moved just very slightly so we can see a bit more of the pit lane repair tables. Don't need to see so much of the track there. And here's our other camera that's currently out on track. You see this is the first out and in section. Just coming off of the main straight, the first corner of the main straight, which is just at the top of the screen there. Cars come almost directly towards the camera. Where's everybody gone? Why are there no cars on this section of track at the moment? Here's where they all are on the moving camera. So we'll see if we can catch them now coming towards us. There's a couple of cars. And look at this gaggle of cars coming towards the camera. Man, going nuts. Two of them going off track. See what I mean? They get a little crazy, and things get a bit hectic when, maybe they don't quite need to be. So we'll see if we can get some instant replays going. Nice little pass there. We'll see if our instant replay works. And here we go. Yes, this white car here getting underneath the pink car first, and then underneath the yellow car going up the straight, coming out of that final turn. There we go. Doing pretty well. So the running order hasn't changed from about 10 minutes ago. J5Racing Team 1. Then we have Accelerate Motors, Nemo Factory. East Shrewsbury down to 4th from an early decent start, running 3rd. And then Team X, Team Y moving up from 10th place on the original grid, running 5th at the moment. J5Racing 2, and then Herts RC Models, Mixed Nuts, Nemo UK, Herts RC Models, I'm going to guess it's Team 2, and then Remote World Model Car Club. It's a club from Slough. And the locals in the London area will remember that we broadcast the big Slough GP from earlier this year. And then we've got the South Coast HNMC. Looks like they've been in the pits for a little bit, but they have just crossed the line. You see the that bluey green line appear across the team name. So it looks like they're still running and okay. just don't mind me. Sorry for the silence, but yeah, we'll. So, where in the UK is this being held? This is at the Herts Nitro Model Club. So you can find them online on Facebook, supported very well by Herts RC Models, who are helping bring you this coverage today and yesterday as well. We had, of course, we had the 10th electric Enduro racing yesterday. Yeah, Innovate Racing says. I mean, he knows exactly where it is because he's in the pits. So thanks very much. If you head to the Three Lakes campsite, you will find the Herts Nitro Model Club, HMRC, something like that. But yeah, you can find it on Facebook. Of course, like most clubs these days, there's a Facebook page for the club with all the announcements and such on it. Yeah, it's pretty chilly at the moment, I must say. It's probably maybe 9 or 10 degrees out there. Right, so many screens and many people chatting at me, but yeah, we're working through it. We're getting there. So again, don't forget, if you're a member of the Herts Nitro Model Club or on Facebook at all, please share the link on the RCTV page. The link is there, the Herts Enduro Nitro 2024. So Nemo Factory 1 seems to have slowed its roll just a bit. I'm sure they're making plans, though. They seem to take this race a little seriously last year, so I think we can be relatively certain that they're making the same amount of effort for this year. Presently, it's 11 degrees, but importantly, no rain. So it's chilly, but it's not freezing, and it's also not wet. It's very, very important for us. So we'll see what the mood looks like in the pits. It's a bit tense. Everyone waiting, and there's a few stopwatches I can see. A few hats, a few bobbly hats as well. You can get your own RCTV beanie on rcracingtv.com and use the code Herts Endurance to get 15% off. This weekend only. So hoping to get be able to talk to some of the team managers that are present soon. Waiting for Jim to herd some team managers in. But in about 10 minutes or so, we'll take a little bit of a break so we can rest young Jude up on the moving camera tower. So the nice thing about having so many teams running, there's a full complement of 12 or so turn marshals out there. So if someone does get tipped over, they're not stuck upside down for too long. So running order after almost 45 minutes down. J5Racing Team 1, Accelerate Motors, Nemo Factory, East Shrewsbury, Team X, Team Y, J5Racing 2, Herts RC Models, I'm going to assume that's Team 1, and then Mixed Nuts, Herts RC Models 2, Nemo UK, Remote World Club from Slough, and the South Coast HNMC. Ooh, coming together there. But still a solid pass. No one got flipped over, so everything's okay. The important thing is that the slower drivers know that they don't have to race the cars that are coming up to pass them. Very important matter for endurance racing. I'd argue that that's a lot more important than the faster teams knowing that they need to just pace themselves rather than just go 100% the entire time that they're out there. Again, this is just for fun. There's no cash prize or anything like that. No one's going to be winning a brand new full-size car or anything. But still, you know, like I said yesterday, racers going to race. So we are going to see plenty of race track action happening. You see some of the mechanics in the pits talking to drivers up on the rostrum. Going to see if we can get a rostrum cam out there so we can see what's happening up on the stand. Actually, just see if I can start pulling together some of the equipment that we'll need to have another camera set up out there. First of all, I need to make sure that it works. Didn't want to cooperate yesterday, so we had some issues. J5Racing Team 1, Accelerate Motors, Nemo Factory, East Shrewsbury, J5Racing 2, Team X, Team Y, Herts RC Models, Mixed Nuts, Herts RC Models 2, Remote World Club, and Nemo UK with South Coast HNMC taking up the final spot at the moment. Plenty of time left to go. There's 6 hours and 12 minutes remaining. So we'll see how things progress for these racers and the teams. So if anyone is wondering, yes, the Nemo team is running the new car. I believe we did see it in action last year. Their lay-down shock 1/8 buggy. We saw it in action last year. Plenty happening with that one. Okay, so I seem to have found the equipment I was looking for. That's a good thing. Let's see if we can get a bit more good news with that. With some other stuff. So it's always good setting up camera stuff, you know, while talking and switching cameras on the stream. Always makes things interesting. It's like the two Herts RC Models teams have gotten a lot closer together now. They're actually running 7th and 8th. So yeah, 7th and 8th. Just one lap apart. And of course, over the course of 6 hours, one lap apart. It's not really all that. It's not that much of a distance, really. What matters is how close everybody is at the end. So if you can just keep a steady pace, of course, driving skills and all that stuff comes into major effect. So that will change things very quickly. If, of course, there's also breakages and all sorts of things that can happen. So anyone who has watched Le Mans 24 Hour will be very familiar with that. So it seems like all the teams are starting to get a little bit closer together now as things settle down, which is the normal way of things with endurance racing. With an initial spree of action. And what you want to avoid is getting caught up in someone else's crashes, or especially have a breakdown or a crash of your own with your car. If you can avoid that and just kind of let things settle, everyone kind of chill out and take a step back from going too fast. You can start to see how the race is actually developing and then figure out what your strategy is from that point. So we want to make sure and thank everybody for joining us, as we're just going to have a wee bit of a break on the moving camera. So Jude, you can go wide and lock off, get a nice wide image, maybe tip it down a bit, more, a little higher, so we can see the back. There we go, that's good. And we'll let young Jude have a little bit of a break while we try to get another camera set up for you guys, so you can have a bit more view, maybe of the rostrum or something nice and interesting. No promises, but we'll do what we can. We were having some issues with this camera yesterday, but hopefully it's been somewhat sorted out, and we'll see what we can get out of it. So I hope you appreciate the little view of Jude, our camera operator for today and yesterday. Just showing you what Jude looks like on camera there as we're sorting out some of the, trying to sort out some of the images. And this camera does not seem to want to play. Yeah. No, we don't want it in there. We want it.
This is mine.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himataka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Alexis flamed out. Alexis flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyrs is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
This is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
All right, so we have returned. So we hope you enjoying the new view we've got. Almost a driver's eye view of the track. So there we are. A little closer view of the action in the pits. You can see there's Mr. Jim, Herts RC, Mr. Herts RC models himself. There's the first of our in and out, or out and in sections. That's a movement from the marshals as they're going past. Ooh, there's one very active marshal. Hopefully she's returning. It's great to see many ladies in the pit lanes, in the pits, in the paddocks. It's very good to see. Not quite as many young racers as we had yesterday, but I think electric RC is electric buggy is a little bit easier for the younger kids to handle. The moving camera will be back with us very shortly, but there's a decent view of the pit straight from right next to the drivers. Okay, so I think we're back. And we'll just I'll just babble for a few seconds to myself and just to make sure. We do apologize for dropping out there. Had a bit of a little air gap issue. But I think we are back. Good connection. Yes, okay, there we are. I see the images come back through on YouTube, so thank you very much. Apologies to those of you who have lost us. There we are. Hello, Carl. Hello, Magnus. Hello, Teabag. Hello, Innovate. Hello, Mitch. Hello, Tarantula. Morning, Carl. Carl with a K. Hello, Dave, FPV64. Sorry I missed your question earlier. No, the Killich brothers are not here. This is a fairly big local race, but not that big of a race because I'm sure one or more of the Killich brothers were at the Euros in Sweden last week, or this past weekend. So I believe we've got Stuart back with us.
Am I on?
You are now.
Cool.
How are you?
I'm a bit colder today.
Yes, it's a little bit. I mean, where's the sun gone?
I don't know. This is England.
Blue sky. I see a hint of blue skies over there.
It's done. The sun did a whole day's work and now it's disappeared again.
Yeah. All right. So we were talking yesterday about J5 Racing.
Yes.
So for those in the listening and watching and viewing who weren't with us yesterday, just give us a quick rundown of what J5 Racing is, how it came about, and what you guys are trying to do.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, way J5 Racing originally was set up by Carl Jackson. It was a sort of joke we had internally. He was known as Jackson 5, or amongst other things. And he just sort of started tinkering. He made some stickers up. He sort of set up sort of J5 Racing as a brand, but he set his own page up and things like that. Then unfortunately we lost Carl just over a year ago now. He had a brain hemorrhage, I think it was. So yeah, we lost Carl, which was a bit gut wrenching. But following on from that, there was donations made from his funeral, after his funeral and his wake. And basically we've put that money into what we now have as J5 Racing, which we've set up basically to help people get into racing. We've got an e-buggy, 1/8 e-buggy, 1/8 Nitro and a 1/10 electric buggy with the aim of, if anyone wants to come and have a go, they've never raced before, they come down and they see the racing, they see the track, they think I'd like to give it a go, but maybe haven't got the money or don't want to put the money into it to get started. The idea is we've got a car, we've got tyres, we've got fuel, we've got, I say expertise, but we've got a limited amount of expertise. And yeah, anyone that wants to come out, we got the know-how. Yeah, as I say, I can build a car, but I can't get it around the track. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, the idea is if anyone's interested, they see the racing today, or they're local or in the UK, hit us up. We can sort something out, and yeah, see if you enjoy racing.
Yeah, and I mean, like I was saying yesterday, I think it's a great program to bring people in, especially if I whenever I come to these events, I've been to so many over the years now. Whether it's large scale touring car or 12th scale or nitro buggy or 10th electric, I'm always like, man, I'd love to have a go. It's just I want to get one of these cars now. Really, every time I go to one, I'm like, how much money? I don't have the space really for a large scale.
Yeah.
I don't have the space for all of these cars that I want to get, and then like one of everything. You know. But it's a great opportunity for people to come and approach you guys. Look them up on J5 Racing on Facebook, and drop them a message. And obviously it's the local to the Essex and Hartford and Ware sort of area.
Yes,
Stevenage.
So it's got. I think it's classed as is it North? No, South Hertfordshire. I don't know. It's just outside of Ware. Yeah, just outside of Ware. Quite centrally located. But yeah, certainly, we have people come from all over. There's a lot of people come from London that come up. and then you have a lot of people that come down from up north as well. So it's not a bad location. As I say, we got the track facilities here, which are excellent. Undercover pitting, things like that. So yes, say if anyone fancies having a go, coming down, give us a shout.
The Herts Club is really. I mean, there were people even in the chat that are just saying, this looks like a really great facility.
Yeah.
I mean, even from looking out the window on the tent scale facility yesterday, and looking out on the window on the 1/8 buggy facility, buggy and truggy. It's amazing what the club here has, and there's also a crawling and bashing area as well, which is so even if racing, high competitive racing isn't your thing, there's lots of stuff that you can do here at the club. And
we've been very fortunate. I was involved in the club a number of years ago when we had the Euro Bs here. We've got a quite understanding landlord. Lets us pretty much not do what we want, but we've been very lucky, as you say, set up the 10th track, set up the crawler track. There's an on-site shop, and then there's other facilities here as well. If you want to bring your family down, there's I think there's a ropes course, there's archery
there's
here.
All the
there's all
camping and
sorts of things
glamping,
on site.
and there's a farmer's market shop and all sorts of little things. Obviously, the Herts RC model shop is right there as well.
Fishing lake, there's a fishing lake, there's a fishing
lakes.
shop. Yeah. So as a venue, it's as I say, there's a restaurant up there as well. So can bring the family down. There's camping over here. The kids come here quite often through the summer. There's lots of activities that they do. So yeah, there's lots. We're very fortunate. As I say, we built a lot of this for the Euro Bs. I think it's 2015 now. But yeah, the track's evolved over the years from just laying down a few pipes on a Sunday morning to having the facility that we got now. So we've been very
next
fortunate.
Next year, the Euro 40 plus.
40 plus is here next year. Yeah,
European Championships for the 40 plus. So Kev Brunson.
Kev will be there. I mean, there'll be a few. So there'll be. I don't know whether Craggy will do it. Neil Craig's over 40 now.
Are they going to start doing making it 45 plus and then 50
maybe?
Plus?
Yeah. It's just for the older boys. It's standing up there for 3/4 of an hour. I think it's a bit. I know I struggled when I was up there for 20 minutes, but So there's a number of fast. We've got Graham. Obviously, John's just walked in now. John, you doing the over 40s?
Yeah, we'll do, mate.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Yeah. So we've got a few in the UK. A few old boys still going. So that'll be good. That'll be good, and it'll be good to have a big meeting here again. As I say, 2015 we had the Euro Bs. It'd be nice to have people back.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, we've got. I had to send John away. Well, we had a technical thing happening earlier, so I had to send John away for a bit. So we'll let John hop on the mic and obviously be shouting about J5 Racing and the efforts that you guys are doing. Obviously think it's really great. You guys are supporting live stream, supporting the broadcast yesterday and today. So thank you very much for that.
No problem.
And like I said, be shouting about it for the rest of the day at least.
Thank you very much, Frank.
All right, thank you.
I'll hand you over.
All right, so that was Stuart from J5 Racing. Now we got Mr. the man himself. Where's the aviators, John?
I know. I don't know where they are. I've lost them since the Worlds.
Oh, no. I'm sure. Did they get very messy at the Worlds?
Medium messy. Messy. I've seen worse. How are you doing, buddy? Anyway, good to see you.
Yeah, I'm all right. Good. Just trying to stay warm. Not too chilly. I should have worn my waterproof, or at least my closed-toe shoes. I got my knit running shoes sort of things, so my toes are wet. But if that's the most that I can complain about today, that was completely fine. I'm totally happy with that.
Yep, sun's coming out now. It's warming up a bit out there. It's been cold this morning for sure. But it's pretty nice now.
Yeah,
better than last weekend. That's for sure.
I think if it gets anywhere close to as sunny as yesterday, it'll be quite nice. I think
exactly. We weren't here yesterday.
Young Jude up there he's got a double layer on, I think, and. He's got some gloves on now.
I'm sure he's doing a sterling job.
Yeah, it's not the most pleasant sometimes up there on the towers. You get the wind and obviously the smoke and all that, but the noise isn't too bad. He's got defenders on, but as I would recommend for anybody, but especially at a Nitro event. But it's not as loud as the 1/8 track Nitros that I was at last week, because those things get up to 40,000 RPM. These only get up to 25, 30 or so.
Yeah, around that sort of figure. The on-road stuff is pretty awesome to go and watch. But you said they're pretty loud, and they've got that two-speed gearbox as well.
Yes.
So That always is good. I'm just looking out the window as well. We're just about to get into the battle for the
right,
lead,
okay.
actually, as it
are
goes.
You? And we'll try to follow.
So this is first and second now coming under the timing loop. So car 2 and car 1. We had an early setback, so we were about a minute and a half back.
Yeah,
so pretty good.
I was talking about that a bit. So it's the two darker cars. I think your car, the car 1, is just bumped into the back of that yellow car.
That's it. They're just coming into this jump section. Yeah, so we've had a bit of a drive back, which we've nearly done now. So that's pretty good going by the guys. Done a few laps myself as well. This is the first time that I'm also having a go.
Oh, and that's a pass for position right there.
It is. That's for the lead. Good boy. Nice driving.
Who's on the?
We've
who's
got
on
Eric.
the sticks
We've got Eric on the wheel at the moment, who is in an absolutely amazing run of form at the moment. Just off the back of another podium last weekend at the last national of the UK series, which was at Nemo Raceway. Unfortunately, we had some really bad weather on the Sunday, so we didn't get to race the finals. But he's in rich form at the moment, off the back of his podium as well at the Worlds in the junior final, which was pretty awesome for us to see as well. So yeah, it's all going all right really at the moment, apart from that early setback.
Yeah, and you can catch that junior final, of course, on rcracingtv, the World's coverage from the finals day. So that was what was your guys? Did you have anybody in the? What was your highest?
So
ranking?
Eric was our highest as well. I'm actually not sure where he was in the overalls. He was right up there and fighting to be sort of quarter-final pace, which it was his first Worlds and Holger's as well.
Wow,
and in fact, even Kev Brunston, our oldie, was unbelievably, after 40 years of racing, that was his first World Championships. Which
really?
Yeah, I was surprised when I heard that myself. So we had an absolutely fantastic week. I thought your coverage was excellent. Just like to say on behalf of Nemo with RC Racing TV, the level that you're putting in these days is pretty amazing, and I know your schedule is as busy as ours is.
Thank you very much.
But it's so cool to see a bit of spotlight on RC in general and across all of the classes. I realise that's probably a hookup with EFA as well, which is helping that. But you know, it's pretty holistic. You're covering everything, aren't you? Which is cool.
It's I love going to. I mean, even if I've never raced this particular class, it's been years, well, decades since I raced electric buggy. That was my first competitive buggy. I was telling I think Stuart yesterday, my first car was a RC10 Worlds.
Right.
My first proper car was an RC10 Worlds, but I had a Grasshopper before that, and before that I had some like supermarket sort of special Nico sort of thing. And but yeah, it was. How about you? Want to see that pass for the lead?
Yeah, let's
We've got
see
that. We've got that on replay here. Just coming out of that last out and in section, I'm calling it. Just don't know really what else to call it.
On the inside.
And yeah.
Nicely held.
There we go. So yeah, trying to get all these little bits, make nice little highlight reel for end of year thing. Where's he at now?
I don't know.
I think
trying to see.
If we're still following it on.
Yeah, here he is. He's up on the back section now, which is tricky. The track is really fun to drive, really tricky. It's quite loose out there as well this morning. For anybody watching on, it's quite a bit of work to keep the cars facing in the right direction, which has given us a good challenge. Here he is, just in the jump section. He's just had a mistake actually.
The yellow and the blue, yes. Yeah, so we are following it on camera.
Gotcha. I can see that.
The tiny screen. We had to lose the big screen because we plugged in another camera up top.
All the mod cons. It's the first time I've seen your studio, so that was very impressive.
Well, usually this would be a bigger version of that screen.
Okay.
And this is where I can see the live chat, any questions and comments that are coming in.
Yep.
And obviously this is our control panel.
Wow.
But yeah, it's a nice little view here, and of course it's protected from the noise and the smoke a bit. But we do have lots of cameras. So here's our first out and in camera. No one on the section at the moment.
No.
But you can see the drama in the pits.
There's going to be plenty of that later on, I'm sure. We're still fairly early on, aren't we? How long we've been going?
It's still pretty calm at the moment.
Loads of time for that to change.
Yeah, and then we just set up this camera here, sort of a big, wide, almost a driver's eye view. This is literally right on the rostrum.
Yeah. It's very, very good. Awesome coverage.
Yeah, we do love it. We do love it.
I think it helps, doesn't it? Because I was trying to work it out myself. This is our 28th weekend in a row that we've been and supported a racer's Nemo.
That is intense.
Which is intense. I mean, it's our USP really of what we do as well is being trackside and helping team and customers alike and everything else. I long believe that's that's the key to success, I think, in our hobby. I think when you're starting out, it can be quite tricky to get everything right, particularly in this discipline, tuning the engines and clutches and things like that. There's quite a lot. So I think the more help that you can give to people, the longer they stay in it, because there's nothing worse than people starting something and then getting frustrated immediately. So yeah, it makes our schedule difficult, especially with a young family and everything else as well.
Yeah.
But we love it, which was my point being. I think we're either mad or we love it, or both. To be out every weekend, but it is such a cool hobby, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, it is an amazing hobby. I love that it's Nick. He's always said that it's possibly the most inclusive sport that you can possibly have because there's no like male, female, young, old. It doesn't matter.
No,
I agree. Even disabilities don't matter as long as you have a finger and a thumb that can move a wheel and a trigger and eyes that you can see the track.
Absolutely,
you can be out there racing.
Yep, I think it's you guys that use the mantra, isn't it? It's the most accessible motorsport that there is.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we should all be pushing, manufacturers and drivers and broadcasters and everything else, is just how accessible this is. In real terms, I know it's obviously still expensive to do, but in comparison to full size motorsport, it's a fraction, and you get 99% of the same stuff. It's teamwork, it's strategy, car setup, driver setup. There's so much into it that's the same as full-size motorsport. And like we were saying, you can find somewhere every weekend to race. You can do as much or as little as you want, pick it up as you want, which is awesome.
And we were at a few weeks ago. We were in California at the H2 GP, which was basically it's a STEM sort of thing. Science, technology. I can't remember what the E is. I think electrics.
Okay.
and mathematics, but it's basically STEM students from high schools around the world that get together and make hydrogen-powered RC cars.
I've seen a bit of that. Yes.
And it's really, really interesting. It was my first time actually being at one. But they take basically base model, touring cars.
Yep.
And add in a small LiPo battery and then hydrogen power packs. So literally hydrogen cells that they plug into the thing. And they use Hobbywing, type electronic speed controls to manage the power to the actual battery, the motor.
Yep.
But it's a hydrogen pack that is providing power to recharge the LiPo battery over time as they're driving.
That's pretty cool.
So, and again, the only exhaust that comes out of it is water.
Yeah.
But basically, these kids are they have teachers that kind of guide each team. But these kids are learning about 3D design, CAD work, conflict management, with other teams. There was a team of four girls that a Dutch team said, "Hey, we want to take a picture of your car," and they said, "Well, okay, but we want to take a picture of your car as well." And they said, "Oh," Dutch team said, "No, we don't want to do that." So, well, then you can't take a picture of our car, then, can you? So, but then the Dutch team came over and took a picture, like a sneaky picture, said,
"Wow,
thank you," literally, like really cheeky. So they went to, and I was talking with one of the teachers. Said, "I think your team is like they're learning a bit about conflict management here, because they went to the race director and said, this is what's happening." I was like, "What's going on here?" And you could see like they were just about to just start scratching and biting away, but I was like, they're learning about things like teamwork and leadership and management, as well as driving and working on cars and designing, like literally like aerodynamics,
all that stuff.
All, like CFD and stuff like that. It's crazy.
And
this is in high school.
Yeah, exactly.
It's amazing.
Well, this is one of the things I always say about our hobby as well, is that it isn't just like you're saying the driving, everything else. It's learning about the highs and lows, the excitement when it goes wrong, and the disappointment when it doesn't, and how you handle it, and in a team environment. There's so much life lesson out of going racing.
Yeah,
it's incredible, and especially when I see, like with Nemo, we're relatively well known for bringing the juniors on. We've done that quite often. It's a bit of a thing that we do, bring them to the top of the sport, and seeing them progress and do European and world travel with their families is absolutely awesome. I mean, what a thing to be going and doing all of these countries. Certainly, like with the likes with Eric and Holger, they are traveling. They want to be doing America, I think, at the end of the year.
Wow,
it's pretty awesome, and they're memories that will last for a lifetime for those guys as well, long after they've stopped RC. So yeah, I think that we should all just make that more known. I think to the wider audience, what a fantastic thing it is to do as a family. Yeah, certainly. It's one of the great things to see. It's like, and it used to be. I mean, I try not to say dads and lads nowadays because it's spouses racing together. And it's not always the lady who's in the pit. So she's often up on the driver's stand as well. There's daughters who are racing, so it's parent and child. Absolutely. And spouse, sort of. And so it's great to see that sort of familial connection. Absolutely,
where you take on. Well, it used to be, young Johnny's hobby, but now it's the whole family's hobby, and we all go traveling. Our holiday is going to, the Euros or the big race in the U.S. or whatever it is. Yeah, absolutely, it's great to see. So who are you looking out for now? Still Eric. He's doing a pretty good stint here, I think. How long of a stint are you doing? Like a half hour at a time? Yeah, we're trying to aim for that. Obviously, 7-hour endurance things can go astray from the master plan as such, like ours did very first thing. But around that sort of stint, or 45 minutes probably is the maximum up there. It's a challenging track, so you get tired on your concentration, and we're better off having a couple of extra changes rather than a misjudgment through being tired and then having an issue to deal with. So that's what we're aiming to do. I think this is the third year that we've done this. First year for me to be here because I've always been at another race in Europe, so it's pretty cool to see. Obviously, J5Racing, which is a big thing of this team race, is a close friend of mine and also Nemo's as well. So it's really cool to be here with two teams in his memory, having fun, which is what he loved to do with his life was RC. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's really good. So now with you guys, you weren't racing the new 2-wheel drive buggy at the Euros. So are you with your weekly away plan from spring to autumn? Yep. Is that going to get busier next year, I imagine? Oh yeah. So it's everything we do times 2, isn't it? Because it's a completely separate class. So different races, different racers. So we're pretty deep in working out the management structure to be able to do the level of support that we want to do. We're serious about any market that we enter, so we want to be giving just as much effort and input into that class as we've done with 8 scale over the 14 years of Nemo. So it's a really big thing for us. We weren't at the Euros this week and not quite ready yet, but it won't be long, and all those races will be on our roster as well. Building up the team from scratch. It's like I said, a big project for us. We're going in with brands that have been established in that market for a very, very long time. But it's very exciting. Obviously, we've taken, in terms of the car, we've taken what we've learnt with the N1, which was a big risk in this class too. Don't see it like that anymore. It's been fantastic. We've had really good success with it, and I think people are now seeing that it does what it says on the tin. And so we've got to try and do that in 10 scale now. So that's going to be very interesting. Big long journey, but we're looking forward to it. It's going to be mega. I mean, it's exciting because touring car is weirdly there's a lot of new, well, not new brands, but like brands that kind of went away and came back, like Serpent and Mugen. Yokomo is kind of like on this continual sort of rebuilding sort of thing with them. But Yokomo and Mugen are also trying to make big names for themselves in 2-wheel drive buggy as well. Have you got some drivers lined up? We have. We're just working on some contracts now. We're still just trying to decide whether we want to chase one of the household names in our year one, or whether we want to come at it from a level of really good product, really good support, very good, not B-team drivers, but that next step down, and just be mindful of how much it's going to cost to do it, basically. I flim-flam on it a little bit as to what I want to do. The racer in me likes to go out and see us winning races, of course, but it does come with a big cost, which ultimately has to be borne somewhere, which is normally in the price of the product. What we've tried to do with the 2-wheel drive is price it really competitively, so it's accessible for everybody. I think we'll probably
I'm not sure, but I think we'll probably do.
I mean, don't decide this.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Obviously.
I'm on the spot.
Have a think about it.
We'll probably decide to do a year with, like I say, building up a really good, nice, friendly team. That's just as important, in my opinion, as having a top pro that tends to be moany when it's not quite working out their way for whatever reason. And build from there. We're excited for it because the car is really, really good. I think people are going to really enjoy it. So, we'll see. It's all got to come together.
Well, I mean, we see this sort of thing in like Formula One and World Endurance Championship, where there's an amazing car, but it needs to be tested and proven, and that they need to make it so it doesn't drive necessarily on a knife edge, where it can drive reasonably well. And then you have like teams where like Aston Martin that take on like Fernando Alonso, that we're going to have a nice car, but and that's why we signed you, but then also you're going to have to help us develop it, make it just a bit better. And teams like Audi that are basically almost starting from scratch. With
that's us in Tenskoll, really. It was, coming with a completely new platform, completely different again to what other people have got. So we're going to have lots of challenges ahead, but they are an opportunity to prove your worth, is what I was told once by a very wise old man. So that's what we intend to try and do.
Fantastic. Okay, well, we certainly look forward to seeing how the team develops. And are you planning to have like more of a UK-based team, or is there going to be
both
as big of a team in the EU as well?
Yeah, we want to get everybody involved. So we're busy lining up good partners in Europe at the moment. America is a market that we handle internally ourselves, along with Billy Talaska, who I think you know as well, in the States, who's sort of keeping his eye on the ground for us. So we definitely will be giving a push over there as well. It's going to be interesting to see how much we can get out of Eric in a way, because he really is our next superstar in the making, and I think with another year under his belt, I think we're going to be knocking on the doors of the big boys anyway. So we're pretty integrated as a family. As I just said, we spend every weekend with them, so I'm sure we will be abroad racing the 10th scale car, at least with them in the beginning, and the other drivers that we've got lined up. So we'll be around. We'll be around in all markets and giving it a push. Obviously, it's a bit easier for it to do it in the UK because we're here. So, but we are planning to attack the world, as they say.
Very good.
In a good way.
Yes, of course.
Put that caveat in.
All right, well, fantastic. I'll let you carry on and
catch up
and see what's happening out there.
Yeah, exactly.
If you have a chance, send. I know Mark is very busy in the pits, but if you have a chance, send him in.
When he's got a minute a bit later, I'll give him a kick up his bum.
Yeah, no worries.
Take care, mate. Nice to see you. Cheers.
Thank you, John.
Bye-bye.
And we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Cool. Thank you very much. See ya. All right, that is Mr. John Hazelwood, the Smoky Aviators man himself. And here's our our view in the pits. There goes John down the pits to see what's happening with his team. The Nemo factory team now in the lead. So Nemo factory team J5Racing team 1. East Shrewsbury Herts RC Models teams have moved up from 10th and 11th on the overall to 4th and 5th now. J5Racing 2, then Accelerate Motors, Mixed Nuts, Team X, Team Y, and Remote World Model Club, then Nemo UK and South Coast HNMC. So a question in the comments from Franz. Is everyone on control tires? I know that track is tough on tire ride. I'm pretty sure there's not any control tires. It's pretty open to whatever anyone wants to run, I believe. I might be wrong there, but I think that's how it's set up at the moment. And Horatio321 saying, got to love an endurance race. SDMCC did the Elba 500 at Swansea, which was always a spectacle. So this is this is pretty cool. This is my third time here at the Herts Endurance Race. So good times. And second time doing the electric enduro, which was yesterday. So see what else is happening out there in RCTV land. Don't forget, you can get 15% off of any RC Racing TV gear on rcracingtv.com. Use the code Herts Endurance, HERTS Endurance, all caps. And you get 15% off anything on the merch store for today and the first part of tomorrow. Stefan2106 saying, I own Carl Jackson's old Truggy. Wish I had it running and racing today. That's pretty cool. Carl, obviously well loved in the RC community across the UK and especially down in this area of the UK. I managed to talk to him a couple of years ago, the first time I was doing the Herts Endurance. And of course, last year, as Stuart from J5Racing was saying, Carl unfortunately passed away just before the race, so they made it a memorial race for Carl, raised a bunch of money, and now J5Racing is a real thing and bringing RC, whether it's Nitro electric or 1/10 electric buggy racing to the masses, letting people have a go and give buggy racing a try, basically. It's always fun to try something new. Well, usually. And so it's good to talk to some familiar faces and see some of the familiar names and faces out here. Right. Okay. So let's, with 5 hours and 8 minutes left now. So remember, this is a 7-hour race. So individual lap times don't matter a massive amount. It's driving consistently and avoiding back markers. And just keeping the car running is the main thing. So we're just going to have a wee bit of a break now, and we'll let our cameraman Jude up on the tower that you can see to the left of the screen. We'll let him have a little bit of a break, and we'll come back in a few minutes.
This is mine.
I think fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himasaka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Balestro's flamed out. Balestro's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyrs is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
This is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
This is mine.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Orlowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Ball Kears is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first world championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
All right, so we are back. We're just under 5 hours remaining in this 7-hour Herts endurance race. Today is the Nitro Enduro 7 hours with 12 teams, so 12 cars out there on the track. 12 cars and Truggies, I should say, because there are it's a mix of Truggies and buggies out there. So thank you very much for everyone who's joining us. Thank you very much for everyone who's gone to rcracingtv.com, as you saw on the message for our while we were just having our little step away from the cameras break. You can use the code Herts Endurance to get 15% off all weekend long. And it does expire midday tomorrow, so make sure and use that code while you can. Got beanies, fitted hats, trucker hats, and all sorts available for you to check out. So, any questions and comments in the comments? Do make sure and drop us a line. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering on, what you're driving. Can improve anything on the shots, we'll do what we can. So here's one of our camera views. The just coming off of the first corner. This is our first out and then in section. There's another section just after this. It leads to, well, this one leads into the green rollers, the jump section, and then we've got the second out and in section. You just about see it there to the top right of screen, and it goes into the twisty back section. And then to the brickyard section, leading onto the main straight. So if you want to see what the action in the pits looks like, it's not hotting up quite yet, but it's getting pretty busy. See some of the Nemo chaps there. Everyone doing what they're supposed to, wearing the high vis. Nothing protects you like a high vis vest. Here we are coming into the short chute, approaching the brickyard section that starts and ends the lap. Very heavy concrete section at the into that first corner as well. This is the second of our out and in sections. It could be a straight line, but it's not quite. This is the tricky back section. Lots of jumps there. And then this oiled dirt section there leading on to, again, the brickyard. Ooh, one car going into the pits. So they have moved the track around. If you watched the Nitro Enduro last year, you'll know that they moved the track around, rearranged that initial section coming off of the main straight. Changed around just a little bit. So it's interesting to hear what the various teams are doing, especially the leading challenging teams. Looks like Nemo's dropped down just a handful of laps behind J5Racing Team 1. These are two sort of contenders for the win. I think it was J5Racing that won last year. It's a different team. East Shrewsbury coming back up to third place. Excelsior Motors initially running in the top 3 or 4 spots, now down in 7th. They could have had a problem with their car or motor or engine, I should say. So if you're cheering on any team in particular, do let us know. We'd like to hear your thoughts. Who you think is going to take this one? I think it's going to be one of 2 teams, either J5Racing Team 1 or the Nemo Factory team. It's a race for a good cause, to raise money for Team J5Racing, who helping bring Nitro buggy racing in general to people who haven't tried it in the past. So I think it's a pretty cool effort. So you start off with, as far as I know, nothing last year. This is the first time that they'd really put together the thought of doing it, and now they've got two types of chassis and 3 different cars. So they have a Schumacher electric buggy, 2-wheel drive buggy, and not something that's old either. It's a pretty brand new one. And then they have a WIRC 1/8 Nitro buggy and also a WIRC electric 1/8 buggy. So, of course, aided in some ways by the UK distributor for WIRC. And, of course, the guys who are running the J5Racing program, of course, very familiar with Nitro racing, electric buggy racing, and have the parts and the know-how to make the car work and point in the right direction. So it's all very good stuff. So I'm curious who Jim is going to bring into the commentary box next. I've spoken with Stuart from J5Racing and John Hazelwood from Nemo. Of course, we'd seen last year. We'd seen the laydown shock N1 prototype for quite a while. I think last year was it the very first year that they had it in production? And now it's been in production and in the hands of club and pro drivers for about a year now, a little over a year. And doing fairly well. And this time next year, as I was talking to John, they're going to be having the... I think it's the N110, the N110. That is going to be in production and in the hands of club and pro and semi-pro drivers around the world. I'm sure people are going to be very interested to see how that performs. Of course, I think the N1's doing fairly well to prove the laydown concept works just fine. Some pit action happening. So we're approaching the 4 hour 45 minutes remaining time. So Innovate Racing popping in as they did last year with some insider track knowledge. Best tires for this track are the Mystic and Dash. I believe those are 6MIC tires. Track very tough on tire wear. My tires were fresh on my first run, and now they're nearly dead. So I imagine how long. I'd like to know how long your stint was when you're racing out there, Innovate. Are you did 20 minutes, or 30 minutes, or 45 minutes, or something like that? And are you set to go out again, or is that you done and you're going to be mechanicking and pitting for the rest of the time? For the rest of the 4 hours 45 minutes that are left. So I'm just curious how drivers and teams are managing their driving stints, and it's always curious. Some teams just take it like, well, you run, and we're not going to have anything written down, and other teams are very specific and quite coordinated. So I'm just curious how that is being managed. If you can tell us, of course. We don't need to. Not asking anyone to give away any secrets, but just as a curiosity thing, something to talk about, basically. Oops, someone getting animated there in the pits. It's constant hive of activity in there. So Ivan popping into the chat saying, can see the Truggy. I imagine you mean Truggy. Yeah, well, let's see if we can. There's a Truggy. There you go. Let's stick with this one for a while, Jude. Follow one of these Truggies around. We have not really focused on them before, as far as I'm aware. This is one of the Truggies. If you're not familiar, Truggies basically a buggy with big wheels and a truck-style body shell. Some of the buggy purists not big fans of the Truggies, but they're easier to drive. They have bigger tires. They have a lot more contact patch. And of course, they roll a lot better than the buggies in general, because they have the tires are almost twice as wide, and they're a lot taller as well. They have much longer shocks. They can take a bit more abuse, but of course they are wider, so they take a little bit more management to get around obstacles and make enough space in tight sections of the tracks. And especially, of course, when they're racing wheel to wheel, there's a bit more possibility of getting crossed up like that. That's not great. Let's see how that happened. Just coming over the jump, and then just a little bit too fast over the jump, and caught that buggy right in the back section. The buggy kept going. The Truggy did not. So Charlie Hayward in the in the chat saying, I don't know much about this, but my friend is playing in the Nemo Factory team, so I came here to support them. Very good, Charlie. Thank you very much for coming out on a chilly day. And yes, Innovate. It is very tight between third and fourth. Almost on the same laps. J5Racing 4 laps now ahead of Nemo. East Shrewsbury and Herts RC Models and Herts RC Models 1 and 2 all within 1 lap of each other, 2 laps of each other. And then J5Racing Team 2 just another lap behind. So actually, it's the battle between 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th is within about just 4 laps of each other. So pit stop for the Truggy. I don't know which team that is. Oh, I think it's Team Racing. Maybe it's team number 9. I'm not sure. But they're all wearing their high-vis jackets. All say Team Racing on them, so I'm not sure which one it is on the listings there. Have a little local weather report. Let's see what it's saying. Rain is possible in Ware this evening, so that's at the 6 o'clock hour. Potential for rain, but at the moment it's 13 degrees, and the weather says partly cloudy. I would say it's cloudy. It's definitely cloudy. I would say this is partly cloudy. There's little thin spots of cloud overhead where you can just see hints of blue. But overall, it's pretty much uniformly gray overhead. Franz is saying, I did a brand new set on my Techno Buggy in about 4 batteries. It was very warm on that day. Interesting to see how the cold weather affects the tire wear. I just, at a guess, I would say you might run 1 step softer tires, but probably run the same sort of, once it gets hot, like 30, 40, 30, 35 degrees air temperature out there, you might run harder tires, just so your tires don't wear out almost immediately. But I'm not sure if the buggy racers actually use. Innovate can maybe tell us if the buggy racers tend to run harder tires in the cold. I'd be a little bit surprised. Oh, there's a bit of a... Oh, yeah. That was going to happen. I saw that happen off camera, and I was waiting. So the number 2 car, actually, Jude, if we drop back 1 car, Jude, to this next set. I think it's this yellow buggy is the number 2 of J5Racing. Oh. No, I think it's... Okay, no, it's the one on the green. One on the green. Next car, 1 car back, Jude. 1 car back, just wait there. That car there, I think, is the number 2. I might be wrong. Because we may as well follow our leader of J5 Racing Team 1. I think this... Oh, that's a bad landing. No, there's the car 4. Okay, 1 car back now, Jude. Next car on the straight. That's the one. So now we are with the leader of J5 Racing Team 1. Running a few laps ahead of the Nemo Factory team. So we'll follow these guys for a bit. We followed one of the Truggies that's out there. On Innovate, helping us out that the Truggy that we were following is Team X, Team Y, he believes. That's helpful. Thank you very much. So coming across the green jump section. This is the car number 2 of J5 Racing Team 1. Coming up on some lap traffic now. See how they navigate through here. I don't know who is exactly on the wheel, but there's 3 cars ahead now. And they're all trying to battle each other. Are they going to be aware that there's a faster car coming? Oh, not quite yet. Nope. Okay, making their way through. Coming straight towards us on the AstroTurf. And then back onto brick. And then back onto the oiled dirt surface. Nice little pass there. So back onto the first of our in and out sections there as the car goes away from us there. And there's a driver's eye view of the track. That's what it looks like for the drivers as they are navigating their way around this very tricky, very long track. It's almost like the Nürburgring. You have to learn one section, concentrate on it, get the line right and everything, and then learn the next section. Make sure you get it all correct. And you just work your way around the circuit and just learn it step by step. So we're with the car number 2 of J5 Racing Team 1. There's a couple of J5 Racing teams today, just like there were yesterday. Going down the main straight and into that concrete first turn. Into the first out. Oh, and over! We caught that, just the edge of it on our close-up camera there. Ooh, a little spin out there. That was a weird one, but good recovery. So that happened. On their own. Catching, and then, catching the high traction bit, and then the loose bit. And they've just gone into the pits. And then back out. Quick refill. And back out. So doing pretty well. I'm going to see if we can find the car number 6 of the East Shrewsbury team. I think it's one of these cars that they just passed. Nope, it's the next car going into the first corner, Jude. We just go into the next car going into the first in and out. That's the one there. That's the car 6. Thank you very much, of the East Shrewsbury team. So doing a good job. They were running second, I think it was. And early on got caught up by Nemo Factory. And now they're just running, well, they're, about 17 laps behind the Nemo Factory team. But this car is leading the fight for third place, which is pretty close. Only 2 laps ahead of the Herts RC Models teams. There's 2 of them out there. And then there's the J5 Racing 2, which is 1 lap behind them. But last of our podium spot contenders right now, with 4.5 hours remaining. So you are watching the Herts Endurance Race. This is the Nitro Endurance Race. 7 hours of Nitro racing today. 12 teams with anywhere from 4 to 6, even 7 racers per team. Each one of them running their own individual cars. And they are swapping transponders as each driver comes on to do their stint. So they're running their own individual cars, changing transponder over, and then doing anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes per driver. And in the end, they'll have roughly about the same amount of time as each other. Ooh, that was a wild landing there. So 7 hours of racing, 12 teams. And you're watching RC Racing TV. I am Frank McKinney. On the moving camera, who you're watching right now, is Jude McCallum. And, almost missing that pit stop. Let's see if we can catch some of the pit action. Where's this car going to come in? There we go. Decent. And back out onto the racetrack. I think that's the J5 team there, getting another lap on them, or trying to. Stick with the yellow wheel car, the team car number 6. So this coverage from yesterday and today, because yesterday we had the 1/10th endurance race, 6 hours of electric buggy racing, and that was 1/10th buggy racing. Check that out on the RC Racing TV channel. We got to talk to a few of the racers that were involved, especially J5 Racing, who is another supporter of the coverage this weekend. J5 Racing bringing Nitro and electric 1/8 buggy racing and electric 1/10 buggy racing to the masses. letting people try out Nitro racing for the first time or electric buggy racing for the first time, and see if they want to give it a serious go, just making it more accessible to people. Oh, that was a crazy one. What happened there? Wow. See how that happened again. Oh, man. That was a proper... That was a skate trick. Wow. Whew. Okay. That was a good one. Right. Okay. So let's just watch one of our VTs about why we love RC Racing so much here at RC Racing TV.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Volkers is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I've lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
All right, so it's just a hint of what we cover every year for quite a lot of the year, to be honest, on RC Racing TV. We hope you are enjoying the coverage, and we hope you join us for the rest of today and for the rest of our coverage in the years to come. So let's see what car we are with now. That is the number 2, still, well, a new number 2. So as I said, this is car number 2, but it's a different car, you'll notice, than the one that we were following earlier. That's because they've had a driver change. So each driver doing anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes, possibly more at a time, but they kind of have to space things out. Obviously, every team is going to have faster drivers and slower drivers. Or I should say, more experienced drivers, more advanced drivers, and less experienced drivers, maybe. So yeah, they've had a driver change and obviously a transponder change as well, so that they have previous driver who we were watching before, now mechanicking or marshalling or doing something. Ivan, obviously a fan of the Truggys, saying that Agama also have a new Truggy coming, the N1T. Obviously not surprised at that. I was going to ask John about it, but he had to shoot off to the pits to look after his team. But Franz asking, does the new Agama Truggy have the laydown shock set up as well? I'm going to imagine that it does. I'm pretty sure. I would be very surprised if it didn't. That is kind of their USP. So I'm going to say that it does. Obviously, it's going to be, well, is it going to have very long, it'll probably have a different cantilever setup, because you can probably have the same length of shocks, so that you can run the same shocks on the Truggy and the buggy, and just have different cantilever lengths, or change something around there. If you look at the Traxxas Revo, there's different attachment points that you can attach things to. So I'm going to imagine that it probably does have the lay down shocks, and possibly the same length of shocks as well. So don't forget, if you're here at the track, or if you're a local to the Herts Nitro Model Club, or in the area, make sure and share the link on Facebook to your club page and your racing group on Facebook, or WhatsApp chat, Facebook Messenger group, whatever you've got. And the more the merrier. You can get some questions, some comments, and hopefully some answers in the live chat. We'd love to have more of you joining us. So another pit stop. Here we go. And this is for the number 2, the J5Racing Team 1. Nice to see ladies in the pit lane and on the rostrum, taking control of the sticks. Ooh, so that's a perfect example of the how things can go wrong on the outlap, because your mentality changes just a bit. You've been told to come in and pit, so it kind of throws off your rhythm. Let's see what happened there. Just no, we caught the end of it, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Didn't quite see how that got started, but we saw how it ended with the car upside down. And don't forget, you can use the code Herts Endurance to get 15% off anything on the rcracingtv.com shop. We've got very comfortable beanie hats, RC Racing embroidered beanie hats. I'm wearing one right now, and it's just about covers my ears, so it's perfect. I need warm ears when I'm doing stuff. So it's covers my ears. It's got like a double layer, actually a quadruple layer. It's nice and fluffy on my ears. We've got hoodies. I'm wearing the embroidered RC is Work hoodie. We've got green ones and black ones. We've also got Pit Lane Hot Sauce shirts. Just happen to be wearing one of those as well. We've got 2 different colors of that. We've got red ones, black. Well, 2 different designs on 4 different colors. We've got red, white, black, yellow. So do check those out on rcracingtv.com. You can get 15% off using the Herts Endurance discount code all weekend long, and that will be ending at tomorrow around midday, as we're still following the car number 2 of J5Racing. Let's give a little love to, let's see, one of the Herts RC teams of either 5 or 8. It's going to be one of these 3 buggies just about to come underneath. Well, 2 of them are stuck together. Well, let's follow this blue buggy that's coming down now. Let's see who this is. This is, oh, there we go, car number 5, who's just about coming for a pit stop. So let's see what happens here. First spot on the rostrum in the pit lane, and down the pit lane. Nice and steady. Coming around that corner there. Back towards us on the green jumps. It's the only real rhythm jump section on the track. There is one towards later in the lap. So this is the car number 5 of the Herts RC Models team. That's the other jump section I was talking about. It's not really a rhythm jump section, I suppose. It's just a double-double. Coming underneath us towards the brickyard. Chasing down, I think that's the car 2 of J5Racing 1. So gaggle of cars now. See if they're able to get past these cars. Oh, that was almost an easy. Oh, nice little save there. Give it a quick whack of the throttle. Get caught up with someone else's mistake, and then rip. And there we go. Back on your feet. And that's how a Nitro racer does it. Only really works with the Nitro cars for some reason. I suppose it would work with the electric, but I've never seen it perform successfully, possibly. Nice little pass there on the second out and in section. And now headed towards the twisty bit at the end of the lap. Got bricks, we got AstroTurf, we have all sorts of jumps, we have hard packed dirt, we got loose dirt offline. I would say it's a fairly wide racing line, but if you go too wide, you get stuck in the loose stuff. So J5Racing Team 1 now on 213 laps. 4 laps down is the number 1 team of Nemo Factory. And then we've got East Shrewsbury. We're following the Herts RC Models, the leading Herts RC Models team. Ooh, stuck in the fence. What happened there? Successfully marshaled, but just a bad jump. And then landing on the pipe, having no control because his tires aren't on the ground. Going straight into the fence pole. So in position 7, we've got Team Accelerate Motors, and then Team X, Team Y, Mixed Nuts, Remote World Model Car Club from Slough, Nemo UK, and the South Coast HNMC, I think is what that one is. So just letting you guys know, in about 5 minutes' time, we're going to take a little bit of a lunch break, so that we can have some food. We haven't eaten a huge amount today. Had a nice little best sandwich. So that's bacon, egg, sausage, and tomato with some brown sauce on a BAP bun. I'm curious what is it BAPs or would it be bread rolls, cob rolls? There's tea cakes up north as well. All mean the same thing. But the battle of the bread rolls is just a funny regional thing for Brits. I do enjoy it. So in about 5 minutes' time, we're going to just go to a still camera and swap views every now and then. But basically, we've been on our feet and run ragged ever since we arrived. So we're going to have a little bit of a break and come back for the last 3 hours, 45 minutes or so. But we'll have that message on the screen just so everyone is aware. You'll be able to hear the cars and everything. You'll be able to see the action in the pits, or at least hear the action in the pits. You can see there it's all the various racers and mechanics in the pit lane. We've got someone ready. There's a pit stop happening right now. And back out. We actually have some auxiliary pit space happening just below us. So nice to see that everyone is still running, I believe. These endurance races always It can be a challenge if you're not used to the organization and the mentality of racing. It's not a sprint race. It's not a 5-minute race. It's not a 10-minute race. It's a 7-hour long race. So driving 100% of the time is not the focus. Making sure that the car is properly prepped and driving maybe. It depends how good of a driver you are, how experienced a driver you are. You might drive maybe 7/10, 7/10 of your ability and speed, because the car needs to keep driving, basically. Here's a car trying to drive into the pits. Getting a bit crossed up. Oh, another pit stop for that one. Yeah, so like I was saying, you might want to drive, depending on your ability and skill level, drive maybe about 70% of your ability, maybe 80%, but you don't want to drive like 9/10 or 10/10 until maybe the end of the race and you see where you're actually at. You try and have your team drive it 9 or 10/10 from the start. It's that's how accidents and breakages happen. And your team's just too on edge. You see this every year with the Le Mans 24 Hours and other endurance races. So our current running order before we go on our lunch break is J5Racing Team 1 on 220 laps. On 216 laps is the car number 1 of Nemo Factory. Herts RC Models in team number 5 on 195. On the same number of laps is the East Shrewsbury team. So that battle is going to be developing over the next few hours. And then we have the Herts RC Models on 195. So just a very tight battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And just a little bit behind is J5Racing 2. Then we have Accelerate Motors, Team X, Team Y, Mixed Nuts, Remote World from Slough, Nemo UK, and South Coast HNMC. So with that, we'll leave a little message of how much and why we love RC so much. And then we'll be back at about the 3-hour and 45-minute mark for the rest of the racing program.
This is mine.
I think fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himataka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
3-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Balestro's flamed out. Balestro's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyrs is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first world championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I've lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
sure where my car is. Your car? Well, I'm going to take it back. I'm sure I'll put it there.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himataka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronafout takes the Euros European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
All right, so we are back from our little lunch break. They're never quite long enough, are they? But yes, so we want to make sure and get back because apparently lots of drama happening out there on the track. Charlie Hayward asking the question that we're all wondering. I'm confused. Why is Nemo Factory dropped down 8 laps? They've actually dropped down even further. I'm not sure what has happened. It looks like they've leapt back up the order. Possibly they had a transponder issue and have simply just lost a bunch of laps in that fashion. But Herts RC Models running second on 228. East Shrewsbury also in 228. Nemo Factory now leapt up into 228. Herts RC Models 2 on 227, and then J5Racing 2 on 225. So the battle for second absolutely gotten super hot now. I'm going to try and get someone's attention on the Nemo team. I'm waving at Mark Brunston, but he's not Brunston. I'm waving at Brett now. They're busy. They're busy. So yeah, not sure what has happened, but it's gotten very, very tight for second. The battle for the 2 bottom spots of the podium, very, very hot. With 3:41 left to go, we're approaching the halfway mark. So let's see what car Jude has picked up here. I think I can't even. There's no number on either side, so that's helpful. If there's no number on it, I can't tell what team you're running for. I think there's a number on the windscreen. If I can't make out the number on the... Ooh, that was a good one. Good avoidance maneuver. If I can't make out the number on the windscreen, I'm going to have to move to a different car because I can't really... This is car 1. Okay. Well, this is the Nemo team then. Right. So they're back to 5 laps down. Hey? It looks like it's been basically a major transponder issue or lap counting issue or something happening with the team, with the car. So I don't know what has happened. I really can't say. But that's just a guess. Ooh, that's... it's not really avoiding the car. It's driving in the back of them. So, nope. Into the brickyard. A little bit too hot there. So, yeah. Charlie, your guess is as good as mine. Hopefully everyone else has been enjoying the action during our little lunch break. We are back for the rest of the coverage. We will be taking short little breaks, but that obviously was our longer break for the remaining 3 hours and 40 minutes of this 7-hour race. So we're 10 minutes away from the halfway point, and we'll have a major review if we can, somehow. We'll see what we can do. But anyway, you're watching RC Racing TV. RCTV, as you can see, we're in Hertfordshire, just outside of Hartford in Hertfordshire. It all makes sense. Physically, just between the towns of Ware and Hartford, just south of Stevenage, hometown of a certain little Mr. Lewis Hamilton, 7-time Formula One world champion. And, no, 6-time? 7-time. 7-time, I think. Yeah, and so yesterday we were broadcasting the electric Enduro 6-hour race. Today we're broadcasting the Nitro Enduro race. 7 hours of racing today. And there goes, I think that was the Nemo team. Very quick in and back out. So this coverage is brought to you by Herts RC Models and J5Racing. William Hayes saying, "Hey, dude." I'll say, "Hey, dude," back to you, unless you're talking to someone else, and then I'll be like, "Oh, yeah, he's talking to someone else." I just play it out off, be extra super cool. So we'll try to have a rundown of what has happened. In the first half of the race. So the day started with practice/qualifying for everybody. Jim from Herts RC Models gave a rundown of how things are going to happen. And to the team managers. The team managers managing anywhere from 4 to 7 racers on their teams. And because that's a lot easier than trying to talk to 100 or so different racers and answering questions from all of them. And then basically during that practice period, the fastest 3 consecutive laps, pretty standard sort of championship level stuff. But the fastest 3 consecutive laps brought that set the order of the grid. It doesn't the starting order of the grid generally for long endurance races usually doesn't really matter. it's all about driving consistently and not having any breakdowns, or having as few breakdowns as possible. I think we're still with I think we're still with the number one. Try to see if their laps are counting. Ooh, that was a unfortunate one. So what happened there? Just somehow just drove straight on and then didn't make the turn. Number one having a bit of a mistake coming out, going on the second out and in leg over the tabletop of this little dinky single, and then so that step up jump towards the brickyard. Let's see if they're counting. Yeah, they're counting. The Nemo Factory team. So there's a wider look at the track. We'll try to adjust that a little bit because it seems the timing is covering a significant portion of the track. There's a view in the pits. There's our friend with the spinner hat. There's our view of the first of the out and in legs. And back to the moving camera. So, yeah, the Nemo Factory team starting on pole, but early on had some sort of issue that I didn't quite catch what the actual issue was, but an issue nonetheless. And dropped down a few laps and have been kind of playing catch-up ever since. And recently, while we're just on our lunch break, had a bit of an issue, I'm assuming with the transponder. I'm not sure exactly what it was, actually. But I think it was with the transponder because they were down many laps, and then they suddenly shot up the order. So I think the timekeeper just counted them back up, the laps that they had missed. And usually in racing situations, that's left to the team or the driver to make sure that their transponder works properly. So it just depends on the timekeeper whether they allow adding extra laps back to the time. So we're just trying to get situated and just see what the running order is. Again, we're approaching the halfway mark. So let us know if you're who you're cheering for here. Hello. Yeah, if you want to, if you have some time or as much time as you have. Ryan Donovan saying hello. Good morning, Frank. Good morning, Ryan. Well, is it still morning? It's not morning for us. So come on. So we have one of our Jim's brought us a victim.
Another victim, yes.
Yes. How are you, sir? How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm recently fed. I'm caffeinated, so I'm ready. I think for the rest of the race.
That's good.
3.5 hours to go. We're exactly almost exactly halfway through. So let us know your name and what team that you are representing.
I'm Travell, and I'm representing Team X today.
Team X, not Team Y.
No, I don't know how that happened.
Okay, so
on the board it says Team X, Team Y.
Yeah,
but it should be Team X.
Okay, so just Team X.
Just Team X.
Okay, right. Okay, I'll remember that for the rest of the race. So, well, I've been saying it completely wrong the whole time.
Yeah, it's
but
Jim.
that's all right.
He set us up to fail from the start. Ongoing battles.
Well, you know how it is. Maybe because he's racing, he's giving.
Yeah, we've had a little thing, especially from last year, and my main objective today was to beat the shop, beat Jim's team, and that's a victory for us.
All right, so. Very good. Which okay, so there's two different Herts Racing teams, and then there's the South Coast. I assume that's HNMC. But there's so which one's which?
Jim is running. He's got two teams.
Okay,
and that's the shop one. So I think it's going to be the shop, the Heart shop.
Okay.
Races and the.
Yeah, I mean on the timing we can't tell which is which because it just says Herts RC models. So
yeah, that
Herts RC models and Herts RC models.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming one is Team A and Team B, or Team 1, Team 2. So how many drivers do you have on your team?
We have 7, including myself today.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's just enough. This way, it narrows it down to an hour each.
Okay. Yes.
Whereas last year we had 8, and that took things out of sync.
Right.
Because you always have complaints of someone's running longer than another person.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
And it's harder to divide it up. So
yeah,
an hour each of all duties, and it makes things nice and easy.
Yeah. So how are you splitting up? Are you doing you run 30 minutes, you run 30 minutes, and everyone just runs 30 minutes twice, and that's it?
No, so we're doing 20-minute sessions. So
okay, 20. So 20 minutes 3 times.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yeah.
All sorted.
Of the pit, marshalling, and driving.
Ah, right. Yes, of course. So you have to basically you're telling people going, okay, you're up next. You need to go out and marshal, and you two are in the pits or whatever.
Yeah, correct.
Right?
Yeah, I have a schedule already drafted up, printed out. We've got 8 copies floating around pit lane. So yeah, everyone should know.
And everyone can check their WhatsApp chat or Facebook chat or whatever. And
we don't have time for that on the
Too
race day.
busy. Too busy. We're doing old school.
Pen and paper never fails.
So where did you guys finish last year then?
Last year we didn't finish last.
Which is very important.
Which is very important.
Yes.
So I think we came it's low down. It was like 9th or 8th.
Right, okay.
I think.
And
I don't know how many teams there were last year.
I can't remember. I think there were at least 10. But I can't remember.
Yeah, 9 or 8.
I mean, obviously, anyone watching you can go back on the YouTube and look. But yeah, so what is your goal this year? Obviously, to beat Jim's teams.
Beat Jim's team is the goal, but it's kind of the benchmark of me being in charge. So I had an idea, which I learned from last year. Structure was the most important thing.
Yeah.
Prepare to not fail.
Failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
That's the one. That's the slogan I was looking for. Thank you. But yes, as long as we can finish, in my head I had it as top 6, top 5, ideally top 5, but top 6 is realistic because there's a lot of hard hitters out here.
There are.
So we also have to be realistic.
Yeah.
So top half of the table, I'll settle for.
Top half is good.
Top half of the table.
That's a good goal because it's quite well rounded. You can go, well, we're running second, and then suddenly you're running 4th. You feel really disappointed, but actually you're still in the top half.
Top half, yeah.
You know, or whatever positions. Yeah.
I think that'll be a good win for us.
Yeah.
Top half of the table, being realistic, and then next year, touchwood, I want to run 2 teams, and I want to compete for the podium.
Excellent.
I'm setting the bar high.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, shoot for the stars, and you might land on the moon, or something like that.
That's the one.
So let's see where you guys are at the moment. You're running 8th at the moment, but it's actually a really tight battle because you're only 1 lap behind the Mixed Nuts team.
Yeah, we have to beat them as well.
And then it's a really tight battle. I mean, things have shifted around a bit. I'm not sure what happened with the Nemo team because they were down running like 8th or something like that when we came out from our lunch, and then I guess they'd missed a bunch of laps, so their laps were getting added or something.
That wasn't their top team, was it?
That is their top team, Nemo Factory.
Oh, they must have had transponder.
They're actually, Jude, if you follow the 2 cars just about to come back into the infield now, the next 2 cars that are coming over the green AstroTurf. Those actually our leading pair of cars. Oh, and one's gone over. That was the Nemo team that just got tipped out.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah. But they're 4 laps apart. But I kind of, going on, the J5 guys seem kind of like semi-serious, and the Nemo Factory guys seem maybe if anything just a bit more serious.
Yep.
So as far as the win, and I know it's a fun race, but racers going to race. I always say.
Yeah, this is. It's never fun.
You could be 50 laps apart, and if you're with somebody, you're going to try to get past them or keep them behind you or whatever. But because there's no one calling traffic, it's not like a European Championships or anything like that we're
but it's
sort of used to. It's it's like it's can't let him by, that sort of thing. So. But let's see if we can find. Where's the car 10? Who's driving for you out now, and where are they on track? So we can follow them a little bit, maybe.
Out now? Otis is out now.
And what is Otis running?
Otis is running S-Works. See, he was Mugen up until I'll probably say a month ago. We're all majority Mugen.
Okay, well that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's how we.
Is there any major like setup changes, or I mean, like I know there's pivot ball and all that stuff, C-hub and. But are there any? Is there any? I mean, I don't know what the different brands run nowadays.
As in compared to what S-Works?
Yeah.
For him personally, he just says he finds it easier.
There
to
he is. There. So,
yeah, that's
dude, just going into the infield now. The first leg of the out and in the pink car with yellow wheels and wing.
He likes his bright colours.
Well, how old is Otis? If I may say,
I have no idea.
Is he an older gentleman or is he a young buck?
Well, it depends on the time of day.
Well, I'll say us older gentlemen prefer the brighter colors because you can see them
30s,
better.
I would say.
Okay.
30s.
So he's mid-range.
Yes. he always comes to race day with a wardrobe of shells.
Right. Okay.
So he likes to go out in qualifying different shells to mix it up. So
okay.
He's not a target practice.
Right. I got you.
And people don't know who he is.
You know who started that, if I remember, was Masami.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He would show up with his race paint, and everyone knows what his race paint looks like. It's that like sort of pink and green and white. But he started just running a plain white body shell, and people were like, "Who's this coming up on me?" And then you realize, oh, it's Masami. And then everyone started doing it now, and now everyone's doing it especially in touring car. Everyone's doing it as their race paint as well.
Nice. Touring cars. That's something I'd love to do.
Yeah, that was my major racing thing, was touring cars.
1/8 or 1/10.
10th. But GT8, I would love to do GT8. That would be really cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Because it's basically, they're this size, but a touring car basically.
Yeah.
Full drive.
I'm trying to get Jim to convert one of the tracks, which I think will go down well here.
It is Herts Nitro Model Club, not Nitro Model Off-Road Club. So yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I mean,
you never know.
We have a cooler track. We've got the 1/10. I mean, it is kind of off-road.
Yeah.
They all use the buggies, but yeah, we've got the Basher track, which hasn't been used in well over a year, and it's all overgrown. You've probably seen the forest that came in.
Yes. Well, you could get some of these guys here to just drive and just have a session. And all that overgrowth will be knocked back.
Yeah,
it'll be stuck in the universals and the wheels and stuff like that. But of all the cars, but at least the overgrowth will be gone. So Otis here in the pink and yellow. How's he doing? How's he doing compared to the rest of the team?
He's doing all right actually. He's holding it up. He's a good rider, good driver, I should say. He was one of the when I first came down. So I've only been racing here. 2 years, so not long. I missed the last winter series. I headed off for some sun. But yeah, he was one of the first people that I kind of befriended, and he kind of took me under the wing in the Mugen group, the Mugen family, to advise me on setup and whatnot. So he was actually one of my first targets to beat in a normal race.
Right.
Because he's quicker than me, and he's always getting the bump. And now we're kind of evenly matched. I mean, if I could say, I'm probably marginally faster.
Now, is that over a single lap or over a full race?
Over a race.
Over a race
I
day?
would say my PB is faster than his. Although he does have consistency. But he's very much a ball in a china shop. When if there's someone in proximity of him, he'll race.
I did just see somebody.
He's
I'm
just gone
assuming
into-
accidentally knocked someone off the road.
Yeah, so I have to say, especially today, I had to say to him, Otis, it's not race day. It's just keep the consistency.
Yes, I've been banging that drum a little bit during the coverage today, because it's not about a single fast lap or even a single fast stint.
Yep.
It's about consistency, making sure your car doesn't break is probably the main thing, and then just consistent driving after that. So if you're driving 10 tenths or 9 tenths, you can't do that for an endurance race. I mean, you can. It's not good. Ideally, you want to be running like 7 tenths, maybe 8 tenths at most.
Yep.
Of your skill, and so just keep your skills. Just tamp it down,
because there's going to be a lot. Because people go out, because obviously with the chop and change, people come out fresh and think, oh, we're X amount of down the board. We have to gain the time.
Yeah.
And they're going to rush it. So as you've seen, there's been a lot of crashes, a lot of cutouts, a lot of breakages today, especially in the first stint, where they treat it as a race. So it's just like, if you keep it consistent, we'll claw it back.
So who on your team have you had to sort of give that little, not a pep talk, but maybe a come down talk?
To be fair, I said it once, and I've been reiterating it for the past X amount of weeks prior to the race, and it's turned out pretty good. Everyone's kind of playing ball. Everyone has their moments, myself included, where I've been sucked in, and it was actually Otis on the headset was saying, don't get roped in, don't get sucked in, just stick to the plan.
Good.
Okay.
That's great.
Yes. Breaking my own rules. But yeah, it's been pretty solid. We've got a mixture of 2 active Truggies, 1 backup Truggy, and the rest are all Nitro buggies.
Okay.
So it's been proving pretty good.
And how many? What's the maybe like the average length of experience? Like average number of years of experience of your drivers?
Varies. So probably say Jamal he's racing buggy. He's probably our latest addition in terms of like the club racing down here at Herts. I think he's been doing it for about a year.
Okay.
So he's probably like the youngest in that respect. Oldest, Peter Yafia, as I'm sure you know. His credentials. Papa Pete, as we say in the pits. He's been doing it for many, many years.
Right.
And then obviously everyone's in between.
Yeah.
So we've got a good mixture.
That's pretty good. And I mean, the main thing is everyone having a decent enough enough of a fun time. Yeah,
I mean, they gave the managers talk to talk about the event and why it's for, and it's important to have fun. And in my head, it's not fun if I'm competing. I mean, I enjoy it a lot, otherwise I wouldn't do it. But for me personally, I love competing, and it's not a fun. It is a fun thing, but not a fun thing. Because I'm here to compete, I'm here to win.
Yeah,
so that's just my mentality and how I kind of was brought up. But yeah, everyone's enjoying it. So yeah, it's been a good day.
That's good.
Despite the weather, could have been warmer. It was warmer last year.
It was warmer yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, there was more sun yesterday. It was about the same temperature, but the sun just really helped.
Yeah,
so much. Yeah, and now the wind is starting to pick up. You see the leaves from the trees starting to really shift around.
Yeah, temperature's dropped a little. Makes it harder. I mean, for my first session, my fingers went numb. So it's hard to feel the sticks. I'm the old school in terms of the transmitter.
Yeah. Do you have the waterproof, the windproof cover as well?
I do.
Because that really helps.
That does help. And I used it for the qualifying, but then it kind of temperature got a bit warmer for the first session.
Right.
So I'm last on the rostrum for my team. So I gambled and went out, and within a couple of minutes I was like, oh, I should have used my mitt. Should have used the mitt. So now I'll be using it now for the rest of the day.
Yeah. So I was wondering, someone was asking about the tire selection here, and the Six Mystic and something else, Dash or something like that, seem to be the tires to use. But when it gets, I won't say cold, because I wouldn't necessarily call this cold. It's definitely chilly. But when it goes from warm to chilly, do you use a softer compounded tire?
Yes, from warm to chilly, yes, they would. So right now, it's anywhere from super soft to ultras, I would say. I've only got super soft to hand. So that's what I've been out on.
So like if the air temperature, I mean, warm to me would be like 25 to 30, and then now at the moment it's about 13, 14, something like that. So you would use the softer, one step softer.
One step softer, but then it also depends on driving, on how you drive.
Right.
I'm a bit heavy on the throttle coming out of corners. I like to throw it in and wheel spin.
So yeah, you're going to be using up the tires a bit. Yeah.
So I mean, I tend to use softs because I like to burn them up, and I like long wearing tires. So, but yeah, other people that are silky smooth, they'll be going on to like ultras, super softs, I would imagine.
And in the winter series, do you use one step further soft, or you just start softening up the suspension just a lot more?
Yeah, just base the car around that.
Right. Okay.
So I tend to stick to super softs. If it's raining, ultras or wets, which are pretty much the same thing. But with the brands, it's funny because the brands will have different things. So some brands will have your kind of like hard, medium, soft, super soft, and others will have the in between.
Okay.
Like intermediates. It's like a hard but soft.
Yeah.
Hard but in medium. Sorry.
Hard, medium, hard.
That kind of thing. So for me, I just like to keep it simple. Is it a soft, medium?
Yeah.
Or super soft?
Yeah.
So now I know where I stand.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That makes it pretty good. I mean, are all of your racers very familiar with the track, or are they like the HNMC locals?
Yes.
Sort of?
So we all club race,
right.
My team. So we know the track very well, especially with this new layout, which was done for the GP, which you were done for.
Yeah, I wasn't here. I think it was Nick that was here. But yeah, I do remember that that back. What I call the wibbly wobbly bit.
Coat hanger was what I know is the official name.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the coat hanger.
Yeah, I mean that changed. I think it just went in a bit and then it came out to the green.
Yeah.
To the green
yes, and then loop rounds. Yeah. So kind of like a coat hanger, but facing towards us in a sense. So long end at the top. So yeah, now they've put in 2 straights. But I actually do like this, and I was saying that I wish this was the layout for the summer series. When the weather was more reliable, and we could have got there would have been some really good lap times.
Right.
So I think top runners are hitting 41s, 42s. Had it been the summer series with more track time, it would have been 40s for sure.
Right.
The top runners over here, the A-listers, as we can.
And so, does anyone on your team, or like your crew that you like, share pitting duties and stuff like that for? Do you guys go to the other tracks that are nearby?
Or
no,
I've done
around
an
a bit,
SRS once last year, which was down in Kent. I forgot which club it was that hosted. But yeah, I need to go to more tracks. Jim's always pushing for people to go, saying, which helps.
Yeah.
To learn your car more, different tracks, maybe gives you more experience. But for me, it's Herts is a great club. And it has everything that I need, and I'm local, more importantly. So
Yeah.
Otherwise, the travel time increases.
Yeah, for sure.
So
especially you can come somewhere on a Tuesday night and do some racing or whatever nights.
Yeah, it helps with the practice sessions.
I know the electric side does Tuesday night racing. When does the Nitro guys have a weeknight that they race, or is it
not that I know of? No, there used to be
just Sundays.
They used to have a night race. Because we've got floodlights.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen that in action since I've joined the club, so it's before my time. But yeah, normally it's just the weekend that we'll race. I think because obviously the noise for the neighbours. So electrics you can run whenever. Really.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot more forgiving.
And I noticed that there aren't any. I'm pretty sure there's no electric buggies running this time. I think there were a few last time, but obviously that puts a lot of. You have to have a lot of batteries. Otherwise,
there is one or two.
There are?
Yeah, there was one when I was marshalling. There was one all white. There's an all white car.
Okay.
That was electric. But yeah, there was more. But I think a lot of people will have them as a backup because we also have an electric buggy.
Yeah.
As a backup.
And it's easy to have. Obviously, if you have a Mugen Nitro, it's easy to have a Mugen e-buggy as well.
Yeah.
You can
that's
share
X-Ray. So that's Darren.
Okay.
So Darren's running X-Ray. He's the one out in the Truggy. The white, red, and black dashes of black.
Okay.
So yeah, he's got his Truggy, buggy, and electric buggy today, and he's chosen to run the Truggy. He was going to run the buggy, but since he did our qualifying session, and he felt more at ease. He said
Yeah.
the Truggy is going to be the one. So it's more robust as well.
Yeah,
You can throw it
yeah.
in, and with conditions like it is today and the kind of event, the endurance, you know, people are a bit scatty out there. So
Yeah, there's a lot of you have to either be a mindful driver or just accept that you're going to be driving through people,
Yeah.
or people are going to be trying to drive through you.
that's the one. So
but
at least
yeah.
this way you can just run over them. Worst case scenario.
True. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to the
Thank
pits
you very
and
much.
see how your team's doing. Team X, not Team X,
Team X,
Y.
not Team
Just
XY,
Team X.
Just Team X. You have to do the dance when you say that. But thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. And good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Hope
Take
you
care.
beat Jim's team.
So do I. So do I. Bye.
All right. Bye. Cool. Thank you. All right. So as team manager from Team X, currently 8th position overall. Still running behind Team Mixed Nuts, but I think catching up very slowly. J5Racing Team 1 still running in first place. About 13 laps ahead now of Nemo Factory. And then we've got East Shrewsbury Herts RC Models teams, cars number 8 and 5 out there in 4th and 5th positions. And then J5Racing 2, Mixed Nuts, Team X, Accelerate Motors, Remote World Model Car Club from Slough, and Nemo UK and South Coast HNMC. So Ryan Donovan, one of our many heroes. Thank you very much for being a hero, Ryan. It's morning for me. I've only just risen. Jeez. Busy weekend. Because I'm not there with the Nemo team this year, the track layout looks better. So it seems to be some happy compliments about the team, about the track. Let's see who we are following at the moment now. So this is car 10 of Team X still. Let's see if we can catch up with one of our other. Who haven't we covered? I don't think we've covered either. Car 5 or car 8, maybe, or car 8 or car 5. One of those two. I know we followed car 6. I don't think we've followed car 8 yet. I know we followed 5 for a little bit. So we'll see. I'll see if I can spot the car 8 out there. One of the Truggies making the way around. Oh, someone's got a cake box. Of course, it could just be like a engine bits or something like that. But I see a cake box being delivered to the Nemo guys in the pit lane. And that distracted me from following car 8. But car 8, just the next car through the first corner, Jude, and the white car, white wheels, white wing. Just about to come on to the next car back, Jude. Next one car back, one car back. There we go. That is car 8 of our leading Herts RC Models team. So we'll follow them for a few laps. I'm not sure what they're going by. It's either Herts RC Models 2 or Herts RC Models A or B or something. And now things get slightly confused because there's 2 white cars with white wheels, but one has, it's either a clear wing or a black wing, and the other has a white wing. So at least the white wing helps differentiate them. Whoa! Nicely slowed there. Goes straight towards it. Ooh! And a little bit of a crash. Bumping that barrier. You see that as they come around. Just a little bit wide there, but spun around. Not even a flip, just end up on the landing zone. still on the wheel, so it's all good. Just lose a couple seconds, but it's okay. So going on to the second of the out and in legs. So it's a little tricky. It's handy when it's the track is going away from you like it does on the out leg. But when it's coming towards you, you can get crossed up a little bit. I always like to pretend that there's an actual little driver inside the car, and I go, okay, well, just think, okay, which way would the little driver want to go when he's driving towards me? Ooh, okay. Tight on the inside there, and yep, let the car make its own mistake, and you can pull away from it. Okay, so we'll just have a few minutes of a break, so young Jude on the moving camera can have a bit of a break. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. And meanwhile, we'd just like to share with you this message about why we love RC.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Orlowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first world championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I've lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we're back from just a wee little break. You're watching the Herts Endurance race here on RC Racing TV. This is the Nitro day for the Herts Endurance race weekend. Herts Endurance day weekend. Yeah, so yesterday was the electric. Today is Nitro. 7 hours of Nitro racing. We're well over halfway finished with this one. As you can see, 3 hours remaining. We're counting down the clock at the top right. And this race is brought to you by Herts RC Models and J5Racing, as well as RC Racing TV. I'm Frank McKinney, and on the moving camera, we got Jude McCallum. So we have various views of the track here. There's our driver's eye view. There's our pit lane cam. And our coat hanger cam. This is what they call this area of the track. So we do have a question in there from in the live chat. Thank you very much to Scott McIntyre. Why is Remote World red on the timing screen? I have actually been watching them go around. They have been crossing the line. I'm assuming it's because their transponder's not counting. So I'm not sure what's happening. If you know anyone on the Remote World team, the Slough team, drop them a message. Let them know. It doesn't look like the transponder's counting, because if it was, they're every time they cross the timing loop, that car number 4 would have a bright blue line appear across their name. So not sure why. So the current running order is J5Racing Team 1. And the car number 2, confusingly. Currently on 313 laps. Nemo Factory. They've been moving up and down the order, but they're on 307 laps. Car 8 of Herts RC Models running third with 283 laps. And the same number of laps, actually, is the East Shrewsbury team. So car 8 and car 6 on the same lap and battling. We'll see if we can spot them out there. Either car 8 or car 6, Jude, if you can find them somehow. Let's see who's next. Is the other Herts RC Model team of car 5 on 282 laps. So still a really tight battle there for third position. J5Racing 2 in car 7 on 274 laps. Mixed Nuts on 262. Team X on 257. And 252 is Accelerate Motors. And then 233 laps officially for Remote World, but we'll see if that changes. And then it's Nemo UK on 230, and on 206, South Coast HNMC. So I think 8 just went down the main straight in that orange, or the orange front and dark blue car with the black wing and the white wheels, just coming towards the stand now. I'm about to go over the green jumps. I think this is car 8. No, it's car 5, but still, that is one of the cars that we wanted to follow. Car 8. Is just come off of the green section with the yellow wheels and clear wing. So car 8 going towards the back section now, Jude. And about to come under next car underneath you, Jude, is car 8. It's one of the cars we want to follow, because they are in a very tight battle. There we go. They're in a very tight battle with this is the Herts RC Models team. Ooh, that's a cracker, that one. See that one again. They're in a battle with the East Shrewsbury team. Oh, just what happened there? That is a wild crash, but keeps driving and then over again. We're not making these cars crash, but it's just happening. Bryn Hall is guessing that the Slough team, he's saying, I bet they haven't put the transponder in or they've not connected it. Which, you know, it's down to the team. It's not down to the race director can't make everybody plug in everything and keep everything in running order. That's what the drivers and the mechanics are for. Mitch on the mic saying, come on, Mix Nuts, let me down here. Have you got money on them or something? How are they letting you down? But, yeah, someone needs to tell the Slough team that they're not counting laps. It says here, I think this is still the car 8 of the Herts RC Models team. Whoa! Wow! What happened there? Got some acrobatic driving happening. And then just getting sideways and then collecting the pipe, spinning, somersaulting, landing on the wheels, and able to drive away. And going out on the second of the out and in legs. And then into the final section. Into the brickyard and over the timing loop there. Oh, and into the pits. Let's see how this pit stop goes. All right, how are you? Come on in. So it looks like we're going to have another guest here, which is handy. Another guest soon, in a few minutes. We just need to sort out a pit stop, and we'll be talking to him in a few minutes, hopefully. Nice little pass there, okay. Making it on the inside. Good go that time around. Oh, that was an interesting roll. Bob's RC saying, morning, everyone. Morning. Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre popping into the chat saying the Slough team did not know they were not registering laps. So they do know now, or they've been told in some form or another, and hopefully they fix it. Well, hopefully they do fix it, because way down the order, they've lost tons and tons of time. And it looks like they are counting now, because their number has gone orange on the timing. So just so you know, when everything's going okay, the car number registers, it shows as orange on the screen. When they're a bit late to come around the track, the computer goes, this car seems to be running late, because the average lap time, it looks at the average lap time and the current lap time that they're running, and it goes, I think this car is running late, and the number goes black with the white, with a black background. And then when they just has disappeared and not counted at all for a long time, the background goes red. So that's when we know that there's a problem. So it looks like they have sorted it. They do now have an extra 3 laps than what they had the last time I looked at their lap count. But obviously the team manager hopefully is going to make a plea to the race director, Jim, and say, yeah, can we have some laps, please? Because we're missing our laps. But at least in my view, it's entirely up to the race director to add those. It's not the race director's fault that the transponder wasn't working. If the timing loop isn't working, then that's a different issue. But timing loop is working for everyone else. So it's racers need to make sure the cars work. What is happening with that one? Looked like it was on 3 wheels or something like that, 3-wheel drive, but seems to be going now, but seems to not want to steer in one direction and happy to steer in the other direction. Here's our view from the driver's stand. Of course, it's from the far left side of driver's stand. A lot of the drivers prefer to stand much further to the right side. Here's our view in the pits. You can see getting pretty active. 2 hours and 47 minutes left in this one. The second day of the Herts Endurance Weekend. Brought to you by Herts RC Models, J5Racing, and rcracingtv. Let's see. Ooh, that was a crazy. Came to that right at the right time. What happened there? Just a weird landing. Donk, and then spin and a flip. Ended up on the wheels, though. Champion's roll. And then now ended up in the pipe again. I think something is broken there. I think that is a breakage. No? Going to continue. Okay. The driver knows their car better than anyone else. It certainly doesn't seem to want to go straight. Seems to be going okay now. I don't know. Not making those jumps very well. Where's the marshal? Nope. Couple of faster cars coming up, making some space. Now let's follow these two. One of these two cars that just passed them, Jude. Don't like to dwell too much in the agony of certain cars. And this one going in. But let's see how quick this pit stop goes for this team. Let's see who this is actually. I cannot tell. Oh, is that car 6? Oh, okay. That's a driver transponder swap. So now, there we go. Just saw a transponder swap. We'll see what that looks like. Well, we got the very tail end of it there on the replay. But that car has now transformed into a pink and white car. So it's the car 6 of the East Shrewsbury team. One of the contenders for the final spot on the podium at the moment, if the flag were to drop now. So they're just running one lap behind the Herts RC Models team. So going on that out leg, coming back towards the driver's stand, and now across the green jumps there. You can see. On the second out and in leg, and now towards the twisty infield of the second half of the lap. I should say like maybe the last third of the lap. This lap is a bit like, the track here is a bit like Nürburgring. You got to learn all the different sections. It's quite tricky. And they have changed it since the last time we were here. Apparently just before the summer, or just after the summer series, I think. We're told that they changed it. Let's see, who's the other battles out there? So we're on the 6 now. I mean, it's a very tight battle. 300 laps for the Herts RC team, East Shrewsbury on 299, and Herts RC Models, the other team, on 298. So we're following the 6. I think we followed the 5 quite recently. So let's see if I can find the number 8 car out there. I'm not sure if Nemo Factory is making up much time on the J5Racing Team 1. I think, is this the car 8 that Jude has found? I think so. Yes. Good. Oh, it's the car 5 at least. No, we'll stick with this one. This is fine. Herts RC Models. The second team running 5th place, but only 2 laps behind 3rd. And 2 laps over a 7-hour race is nothing. A botched fuel stop or a blown glow plug, a wheel coming off the rim, a breakage, even a tire change or a driver change or something like that. They can easily take up 2 laps, which is would be about a minute and a half. But something could happen. Not that we're wishing badness on anybody, but it's just a really tight battle. And it's great for us that it's happening for podium position as well. If this were a battle for 10th and 11th, it'd be honestly, pretty exciting for the teams involved, but not so exciting for spectators. And we are keeping an eye on the battle for 1st and 2nd between the cars 2 and 1, respectively. It's J5Racing Team 1 and Nemo Factory. J5Racing won this one last year. The first year that they were running as J5Racing. So coming up on, I didn't catch the car number of that orangey car just ahead. See if I can get it now. Nope, no chance. Numbers aren't big enough. I can't tell who they're catching up to, but they're certainly catching up to this blue and orange car. Whoa, right past them. And who was that? And into the pit. So it's a car 4 that they've just passed, but now they've gone into the pit. So let's follow this pit. So about every 8 to 10 minutes, these cars coming into pit. Still waiting for my guest to reappear. Mr. Rumble still down in the pits. He's been in the pits the whole race. I don't think he's racing himself. Maybe he is, but every time I look out there, he's out there. Oh, and a little bit tip over there. Oh, that's unfortunate. How did that happen? I think we missed how that actually came about. Now, just already getting tipped over, but not able to really tip back over. That wing always seems to just make sure that people stay on the roof instead of flipping over. No bobble there. This is the car 5 of the second of the Herts RC Models teams. Team X, who we were talking with earlier, has moved up ahead of Mixed Nuts, actually. So good for Team X. Still got a little ways to go. About 30 laps to catch the Herts RC, either of the Herts RC Model teams. And we got a dead car out there. The pink and white car is dead. Marshall hasn't noticed. Oh, and catching the inside of that massive concrete curb there, I think. Yeah. Bam. Still following that car 5. We can drop back one, Jude, to the Truggy. Massive thing with the white wheels just behind. Just gone a little bit doolally there. So one of our few Truggies that are out there. We'll give the Truggy section a bit of love. So we do have a few Truggy, a handful, and I'm told 1 or 2 electric buggies out there. This is actually the car 8. Okay, so very fortunate for us is the other Herts RC Models team. So good, we'll stick with the Truggy for a while. There's 2 Herts RC Model teams, and they are battling very tightly. This one is actually on the same lap as, well, if we say it's off the grass, on the same lap as the East Shrewsbury team, the Team 6. So I'll see where they are at, because there might be a battle for position coming up here soon. Where's the car 6? We're staying with the Truggy, though. Okay, the car 6 is the pink. Okay, so about 15 seconds difference here. So if this Truggy that we're following can make up about 15 seconds on track to the East Shrewsbury team, that will be a battle, a pass for position, for 3rd position overall. So you got to catch them, and then you got to pass them. It's the trick. It's always the trick. So 2 hours and 35 minutes remaining. And we're following this the car. Well, team number 8, I should say. It's not necessarily Truggy number 8, because it's the only Truggy out there. But this is team number 8, Herts RC Models, the leading of the shop teams. chasing down the East Shrewsbury team, and which is number 6 out there on the track. And that pink car just going down the main straight now, and they have actually made up some time, you know. They're now, I'm going to count actually, from the time they hit the green. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-ish. I know that's fantastic television, but yeah, so it's made up several seconds there. It was about, ooh, and a mistake for the pink car, the East Shrewsbury car. Now, okay, so this is not the pink car that is the number 8. Sorry, the number 6. It's a red. That's a red and white car. But this Truggy is trying to chase down. They are. Ooh, now okay. Now, you might just see the pink and white flashing just ahead on the track of this Truggy. You see them flashing to the left of the screen there. There we go. That's the battle for third at the moment. 2.5 hours to go, and we've got a battle for third. Proper battle on track. You see just a little bit ahead. If that pink car, well, it just got past the back marker. But by the time, ooh, and then made a mistake and then lost some time. So I am curious if either of the drivers are being told, okay, the car just ahead of you in the pink. Yeah, it's a battle for, oh, and he's over. He's gone over. What happened? Let's see what happened there. He's lost loads of time now. Ah, and he hit that massive concrete mound that sticks up out of the earth. So that has cost several seconds. Where's he going now? He's only just made it. I think he made another crash while we were watching the replay. That is unfortunate because that means that is allowed the number 6 car to get way ahead now. But it is all down to this truck here that we're watching, the Truggy of the Herts RC Models team. Chasing down the East Shrewsbury, and you can see the number has gone black because the computer's going, hey, where's this car? This car's running a little bit late. So now you see the number 8 is going to go green, greeny blue. There you go. And now we know that that is a battle, or that car has successfully crossed the line once again. So who's that? Let's just come on. See if our pit lane cam hasn't, can't see anything from that. So the number 6 car has just come in now. You can see it just flash there through the pits. And we're still on the number 8 Truggy. The pink car has not gone out yet again. Are they changing over? The pink car is not out there again, so they may have changed driver and car. Yes, they have. So now it's the blue car with the black wing and yellow wheels that the Truggy's chasing. So now with the driver change, now we're back to a position where we were several laps ago, where but let's see, this driver is kind of fresh. So new track conditions for the driver, for the East Shrewsbury team. So we're sticking with this number 8 Truggy. As one of the leaders has gone past. Put them down another lap, and that is the car 9. Well, it's not one of the leaders, but it's certainly one of the faster cars at the moment. Nemo UK, that one. Where's that blue car now? Still about the same distance ahead, so No transitionary time, really. Ooh, getting a bit wild there. Right, so while we're waiting for things to heat back up, just play a little message and come right back to you just for a moment.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Orlowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
3-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Volkiers is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first world championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I've lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
Right, so 2 hours and 27 minutes left in this 7-hour in Nitro buggy endurance race. J5Racing Team 1 on 352 laps. On 344 laps, Nemo Factory, East Shrewsbury being chased very hard by car number 8 of Herts RC Models. And then Herts RC Models 2 on the same number of laps. And then J5Racing 2, Team X, Mixed Nuts, Accelerate Motors, Remote World Model Car Club, Nemo UK, and South Coast HNMC. So I think the 6 and the 8 are pretty much together. The 8 is just crossed. And so East Shrewsbury and Herts RC both on 319. Herts RC on 318. So they're about a lap apart, the East Shrewsbury and Herts RC. Okay, so following that car number or truck number 8 is coming off the green rollers. Oh, and just a really weird bobble there. What happened? Gonna have to come off with this Truggy. It's a little bit, whew, not a good one. Not a good one. But let's see where that car number 6 is. The dark blue. It's the next car over the green, Jude, with the yellow wheels. Just coming towards us there now. That's him. This is the car 6 of the East Shrewsbury crew. One of the many cars that's making up their team. Doing really well, making up a whole lap on the Herts RC teams. Coming down the short chute towards the brickyard. Nice and steady. That's what you want in an endurance race. Coming over the green section, over the bricks again, and then back onto the dirt. I didn't even mention, but in that section there, where after they're coming into the second of those out and in legs, there's actually a rumble strip of wooden poles, just to add another bit of variety to the track surfaces. So J5Racing Team 1 on 361 laps. Nemo Factory on 354. East Shrewsbury on 327. Herts RC Models, let's see, they've actually swapped positions around. It's the car 5, or the team front number 5, and team number 8 are now swapped around. So it was 8 leading, and now it's team number 5 leading. And then we've got J5Racing 2, Team X, Mixed Nuts, Accelerate Motors, Remote World, Nemo UK, and South Coast HNMC. I'm not certain that either of those last 2 teams are still running. I think I have seen the 11 still going around, but they may have paused things for the moment while they sort themselves out. So this is the car number 6. Don't ask me what brand. All I can tell you, it's an 8-scale Nitro buggy. But there are lots of Mugans, a few X-Works, lots of X-Rays. Ooh, we got a body coming off down the main straight, Jude. The car number 7. Black car with the yellow wing and white wheels. That is unfortunate. That is, oh, that's not going to help. Nasty. And here's the body going on the replay, going, and then over the jump, and then it just catches all the air that you can possibly imagine. And just flips it back over. Still getting around, but it's going to have to come in for a pit stop because that is just undrivable. Obviously, things are still working, but something has happened with either the front body posts, the body pin, or the body itself to make it. Are they going to come in? No, just going to keep going around. Okay, then. Wow, okay. Still going. All right, let's find another car. Pick a car, any car, Jude. Let's find someone else to follow. There we go. It's nice choice. Nice and bright, easy to see. We have a bit more sunlight, even though the blue skies have kind of gone away. Still mostly overcast. But it seems like the wind has died down just a tiny bit. This is the car number 4 of the, I'm getting there, Remote World Club. And I think their transponder is not counting again because you can see that their number is black. How is that number 4? That's wrong. Because the 4 has just counted going across the line. They must have the wrong number on their car because that is not helpful at all. Actually, half the wing is coming off. Half the wing is coming off. Look at that. You can see it there very clearly. The wing where the transponder is attached is flopping in the wind. And that transponder on the back is about to fall off. So a little bit of, they're going to be coming into pit here for sure. Yes. Oh, it's the car 2. It's the car 2. He's got a 2. He's got a 4 on the wing, which is really shouldn't be there. You shouldn't have 2 sets of numbers on the cars. And they're swapping cars. This is the car 2. This is J5Racing. They're going to have to change that wing. And a new car number 2 is about to go out. Pit lane panic. Pit lane panic. And back out. So it's car number 2, J5Racing, now with a mostly pink body with the yellow wheels. All right, a little slidey there. Over the brickyard, down the main straight. So let's hope that other car with the dodgy 4 on the wing has been fixed. I think the car with that was doing the funny car impression is now sorted. So we do have a request to follow the car number 4, so I'll see if I can spot them out there. That's the Slough Club. Slough is, we went to their, we covered their GP earlier this year. The first time I've been there, so it's quite interesting. Right across the street from, it's not Buckingham Castle. It's the other castle, Windsor. Right across the motorway from Windsor. I'm looking for the 4. Unless Jude's already on it. No, that's still car 2. Where's the 4? Oh! Oh, it's actually the car, I think that just... is it? No. Yes, it is the car that just... It's a silver car that's the last one off the main straight now, Jude. The last one, it's like silver, basically, color. It's the one stuck on the infield that the marshal is grabbing. There we go. That is the car 4 of the Slough team. Running, well, they were running second to last, but now that their transponder's counting, they moved ahead of the Nemo UK team. So Scott in the live chat, thank you very much for requesting to follow the Slough team. And some transponder issues earlier, and we saw the same thing happen. Well, something similar. Something happened to the J5Racing team. Oh, drag race down the straight. Always a good one. Oh! Is it going to finish on its wheels? See how that happened. Just overcooking it. I think the back end of the car probably slapped the top of the jump and just sent it end over end into the infield. Still trying to get past that car that had the funny car problems earlier. Let's see how this goes, and let's see how if I can get a car number of that black. Oh man, that is not a good landing. See how this happens, and the bang, just hitting not hitting the landing zone properly there. Not a good one. Oh, and then a car tries to land on top of it. So this is how it goes a little bit further down the field. Wow. 2 major mistakes in 1 lap. It's going to cost a lot of time. And then you have to hope that your car isn't braking when something like that happens. Eek, ooh, eek. So coming into the tricky infield. Again, not making that jump properly. Just landing a bit short. A good acceleration off the first landing, but I think trying to make it into a triple single, I think that is the issue here. It should just be a very easy double-double, but trying to make it land too long means that you miss the landing zone that you should be landing on. I guess if you have a good amount of traction, you can make it, but this car just doesn't have the traction that you really want it to. Oh! I hate to do it, but we got to see what happened there again. Just right into the pipe, and then just bounce. There's no chance of getting that one back over on its wheels. Scott, I'm not putting the blame on this on me at all. This is all you. You requested to follow this car. Oh, now it gets stuck behind another one that's getting marshaled. Oh, what a nice pass. Oh, and then a grip roll. How did that happen? Why me? And then a 3-car drag race. One of them's a oh, and he makes it. He makes it. Threading the needle. Woo. This is quite a highlights reel. Taking the high line. Getting past the Truggy. Nice. Oh, it's mayhem down the order. Oh. Oh, dear. All right, I think we're going to Ryan. No, I don't have a driver list for any of the teams, unfortunately. Unless the team managers come in, I have no idea who's driving for what. I can only, I mean, even if Hazelwood hadn't come in to talk to us, I would only assume that Kev Brunston is running for the Nemo Factory team or for the Nemo, for the Remote World team. I'm not sure which team he's running for, but other than that, your guess is as good as mine. Esther's probably better because you probably know the names of all the drivers on the Nemo teams. Right, so there's 2 hours and 8 minutes left to go in this one. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but before we do, just want to make sure that you are remembering that you're watching the Herts Endurance Race, the Nitro Enduro, on the RCTV YouTube channel. Please share the link. We do want to thank very much Herts RC Models and J5Racing for allowing us to bring you this coverage for free. Both yesterday and today, we were at the Electric Enduro 6-hour challenge, and today's 7-hour Nitro Enduro here at the Herts Nitro Model Car Club. So we'll just have a little bit of a break, just so I can rest my voice and have a little bit of a natural break, and we'll be back in about 7 minutes and 10 seconds.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Feels amazing. It's unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himataka.
So Michael Orlowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Alexis flamed out. Alexis flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I've lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
Right, with 2 hours left to go now. Starting to come down to the sharp end of proceedings. Just realized one of our cameras has been knocked over, so I'm actually just going to have to go out and sort that. So I'll be off camera, or off comms just for a little bit. Put the message back on the screen, but we'll go and figure that out. All right, so there we go. I think we have actually a little bit better view now from the camera that was knocked over. You can see a bit of the driving stand, driver's rostrum in the pit area, next to the scoring. That's actually a pretty decent shot, I must say. All right. Okay, so here's one of the other views we added earlier on. And the view in the rostrum. And there's our soon-to-be moving camera view. So let's see who we can follow out there. We followed Shrewsbury for a bit, and the Herts RC Models teams, both of them. We haven't followed team number 7 of J5Racing 2. Let's see if we can follow them for a bit before we start to concentrate again on the leaders. Follow some of the other teams a little bit further down the order. There's a 7 going down the main straight into the first corner just now. Bright yellow wheels and the bright orange body just flipped over. That is the car 7 of J5Racing 2. J5Racing, of course, is one of the organizations, one of the teams helping us bring you this coverage over the weekend for free. J5Racing is sort of the brainchild of Carl Jackson. So J5 is kind of a in-joke. Jackson 5, Carl Jackson, get it? So Carl was a well-loved member of the RC community down here in this area of the world. And J5 Racing now, actually last year's race, about a year ago, was the first of the memorial races in his name and in his honor. And this year they've got 3 cars available for people to have a go with, whether you want to give Nitro buggy racing a try, electric 1/8 buggy racing, or even 1/10 electric buggy racing a try. They have 3 different cars for you to go have a go with. And in case you walk into a shop, you go, or whatever shop it is, or you look online, or you might have a little bit of sticker shock looking at some of the prices and the effort that has to go into racing properly. But if you want to have it a go, that car is having some major problems. That is not really the way to enter the pit lane, but luckily no one was coming. So yeah, as Rudy in the live chat was saying, it is a memorial race. It is a fun race still, though, for people who are taking part, but it is a memorial race for Carl Jackson and to benefit J5 Racing. But we did talk to Stu at length yesterday and today about what J5 Racing is all about and what they're trying to do and what they have done. So they got 3 fresh brand new cars, 2 WIRC 1/8 scale buggy cars on display for people to have a look at and go, you know what, I'm just a basher, but I want to try Nitro racing. I want to give it a go. And if you're put off by the fact that it requires engine tuning and it's loud and it's noisy and all that stuff, but you still want to give it a go, or whatever might put you off about it, whether it's the costs or the effort or the time it takes to learn the cars. These guys are willing to just hand you a car and teach you the ropes and give you the guidance a new racer to the category will need to properly give it a go. So it's a fantastic effort, and I do hope to see a lot more of the similar sort of thing happen around the country and around Europe and around the world. I think it's fantastic. It's the kind of thing that you see in full-size car racing and even kart racing. You can call up a kart team and go, you know what, I want to drive a kart, but I don't want to own it. I don't have the space for it. I want to. It's a different sort of thing. That's an arrive and drive sort of thing. But for touring car racing, you can easily, just go Clio Cup racing for, I don't know, $1 or $2 grand at a time, and you don't have to own the car. You don't have to tune anything. You just arrive literally and drive. So it's a similar sort of thing, but it's an effort that I would love to see happen more for RC racing and RC clubs or shops or anything, to get more people into the hobby. And it's great to see that there's, like I was saying to one of the guys earlier, it's great to see not just dads and lads, like, we kind of have tended to see in the last few decades, a father with the RC hobby and obviously, wants to have the son take part, but now there's daughters on the rostrum and in the pits and paddocks. There's wives and girlfriends. It's great. It's an all-around family activity, and so it's a fantastic thing to see. So we're following the pit action. Lots and lots of cars going into the pits. Oh, that's a bit of a wheelie coming out. So it's we're getting to the sharpening. You see the sun has started to come around towards the front side of the driving stand. An hour 47 minutes to go. And there's our new and improved camera view. It was knocked down and is resurrected and is like a phoenix from the ashes, has come up to be an even better view. Look at that. It looks great. And there's our driver's stand view. This is literally right on the end of the driving stand. Let's see, I think this is the car. I can't remember what car this was that we were following. Ooh. I think this is car 9, Team 9. And that is Nemo UK out there. We followed Team X for a bit. I'll see if we can find the car 3 as well. We followed Team car 9 now for several minutes. Car 3 out there. We'll give all these cars 10 or 15 minutes of love, as much as we can before, in the last 45 or 30 minutes, start to follow the leaders more and more. Waiting for the car 3 to come by. The next car down the straight, actually, it's just gone upside down in front of us, is the car 3. There's a 3. I think it's a 3 anyway. It's got a 3 on one side of its wing. I've seen some of these cars have 2 sets of numbers on them. It's, not actually dangerous, but it's a little dangerous for us because it's, we think we're following the wrong car. So team number 3 is Accelerate Motors. And we're pretty sure that this is the car that we're intended to be following. I don't see any other numbers on the car just yet. A little trepidatious, is that the right word? Little timid coming around the a little not timid enough there, coming around out of that corner. Is that a 3 on the front? It is, and they're coming into the pits with the number 11 behind them now. Let's follow them in here. It's a Sparko car. Not too familiar with those cars, but there you can clearly see the 3 on it, and a fairly quick fuel stop. No dramas. So we'll follow this car around for a little bit longer. Make sure that we're covering everybody that we can. And this is one of the cars of Team Accelerate Motors. Or, I think it's Accelerate Motorsport. Looks like the beginning of a P on the end of the name there. So don't forget, if you want to support RC Racing TV and help us bring more live coverage just like this and more to RC fans around the world, there's several ways that you can help us out. You can obviously you can like, share, and subscribe. The more subscribers we have, the more likes we have, the more visibility we have to sponsors and people who actually put their hands in the pockets and pull it out and give us wads of cash. Not gigantic wads of cash, but still some cash to bring you this coverage. It does cost money to buy the equipment and pay for fuel and flights and hotel rooms and such. And food, of course. Food, very important. Food important. Hydration, important. Yes, so, it costs money to do these things. So the more likes and subscribers and likes and comments and stuff like that we get, the more shares of the content that we create. It's all great. It's all very good. And it doesn't cost you anything at all. It's fantastic, isn't it? So another way that you can do it is to become an RCTV Hero. So on the YouTube channel, you can click the join button. And for 5 rubles, shekels, lira, marks, whatever other pesetas, whatever, a month that you can basically subscribe to us for, you get stickers, you get a discount, a monthly discount code on rcracingtv.com, the merch store. We've got all kinds of fantastic merch that you can buy. You get a discount for that, and basically you can make your money back very quickly on buy a shirt or two, and you get your money back almost instantly. So it's a great value, and the main thing is that it helps us bring you this coverage for free. Another fantastic way to help us out is to just buy the merch with or without a discount. This weekend, you can actually buy the merch on RC Racing TV. You can buy beanie hats, fitted caps, trucker caps, hoodies, shirts and sweatshirts, and all kinds of stuff. You can get all that on rcracingtv.com. You can get a 15% discount this weekend only. So it's actually even better than being a hero, but still be a hero. But you can also get an even better discount. Use the code Herts Endurance. That's HERTS Endurance, all one word. And you get on the RC Racing TV, rcracingtv.com merch page, and you get 15% off anything that you buy. Oh yes, and Ryan says, yeah, you can get us a beer as well if you bump into us at the pub. That'd be fantastic, especially at a race meeting, because these days are long. These days are like 12-hour days, most of them, usually for us, and sometimes much longer. So we do appreciate any help at all. So meanwhile, let's see. I think we're with the one of the lower order teams. I think it's Team 10. I missed it there on the camera work. Hopefully I'll catch it again before they come around. So coming through over the tabletop. Catching up to a couple of cars now. And coming into pit. And the numbers are coming off the car, so it is car 10. But they are just falling off the wings and the sides. It's Team X. There we go. There's our friend that we talked to earlier. So Team X. It's not Team X, Team Y. It's just Team X. Oh, getting a bit spun around there. Side by side over the jumps. And nicely done there. Nicely avoided any sort of mishap in midair. So this is one of the other Team X cars. We did follow Team X earlier in proceedings. See, we haven't followed car 12 at all, I don't think, or 9, because they're running last and second to last at the moment. But I'll see if I can spot them as they come round to finish their runs. Or finish their laps, I mean. This is car 8. Ah, okay. So car 12, Jude, is the leading car of the 3 that are about to go over the green bit. Well, now it's the second of the green car with the white wheels and white wing. There we go. That is, what did I say? Car 12. Whoa! So I'm pretty sure this is the South Coast team. Oh, and coming into pit. So let's follow the in for the pit. Is there a car has crashed in front of them? So, there's a young lad. It's one of the youngest racers I've seen today. And out of that concrete first turn. Out onto the second of those out and in laps, legs. And into the last third of the lap. Down the main straight and into that concrete first turn. The South Coast team, unfortunately, I don't know anyone. We haven't talked to them yet, so not sure. Not sure who's running for them, but here they are on screen. We're going to want to make sure that we give all the love to everybody. So just seeing what else is happening out there in the live chat. Got quite a few people who have been joining us all day on the chat, so it's thank you very much for sticking with us and watching your friends, fellow club mates, fellow team members, and just fellow RCers in general. As that number 12 car has been passed very handily by that. I didn't catch the number. So hour and 34 minutes remaining. Starting to get to the tight end of the race. You go pretty quick into that first corner, so it's a pretty handy thing having a high traction, very durable surface there for that first corner. You can see that's textured concrete. So this aqua, minty green, and white car. This is car number 12. One of the many drivers running for the South Coast team. Make sure actually that they're counting their laps. I haven't been looking. Yeah, there we go. You see how the bluey green line comes across the live timing there. Approaching the hour and a half mark. So we'll follow them for another couple of laps until we hit that 1:30 mark, and we'll move to another one of the teams. So in case you've just joined us, you're watching the RCRacing TV production of the Herts endurance race. Yesterday, we were on the electric side of the club, the Herts Nitro Model Club, the 1/10 electric side of things, and today we're on the Nitro side of things, on the Nitro track. Next year, we'll be hosting the 40-plus European Championships. Several years back, it hosted the Euro B Championships, which is the European Championships for drivers, any drivers who don't make the top 30 of the European A Championship. So it's basically the majority of drivers. So if you're too good, you are not allowed to race in the European B Championship. So it's more of a junior and oldies sort of championship, but it is a proper European championship this year. Won by a very worthy junior racer, racing out of Spain, racing in Spain. Actually won it in Spain. It was a very good race in the end. Some fantastic racing that we saw. We covered that earlier this year. So this coverage is brought to you by Herts RC Models, who's got a couple of shop teams who are running, and also J5Racing. Herts RC is the supporting club of the Herts Nitro Model Club, a supporting shop of the club, I should say. J5Racing is an organization brought together by friends of Carl Jackson, who died very suddenly last year, and in his memory and in his honor have set up last year's endurance race, which and this year's as well. It's another memorial race for Carl, and they put together the J5 Racing team and also the organization that allows racers to give Nitro racing a try and give electric buggy racing a try. If you've never given it a try before, you can contact them on Facebook. Just search for J5Racing. Send them a message, and they will be happy to let you have a go, basically, for free. No strings attached. You can give the racing a try and see how you feel about Nitro racing and refueling and getting used to what a Nitro race, driving a Nitro car is like, and all sorts of things. And of course, they have an electric 8th scale buggy and even a 1/10 electric buggy. So it's all good stuff, and it's meant to bring new racers, new blood into the RC community, which is fantastic stuff. We love to see it. We love to have new drivers. We love to see new faces. We love all of the familiar faces that we see in the pits and paddocks and on the track, on the rostrum, but we love to see new faces just as much. So this red car with the clear wing is car number 2 of the J5 Racing team. So we'll be paying very close attention to them later on proceedings. They're only 4 laps ahead of the Nemo factory at the moment now. East Shrewsbury running many laps behind, but in a pretty, well, a relatively safe 3rd position, but only 3 laps ahead actually. Team 5 and 8 of Herts RC Models, the 2 shop teams. They're on 386 and 385 laps, respectively. And about, 8 laps behind is the J5 Racing 2. And then we have Mixed Nuts, Team X, Accelerate Motors, Remote World, Model Car Club from Slough, Nemo UK, and the South Coast team, who we were just following a few minutes ago. So I know one team that we haven't followed is car 11 of Mixed Nuts, which I don't know about you. I love a handful of Mixed Nuts. Cashew is probably my favorite, but a good roasted peanut is also a firm favorite. Where's that car 11 at? Oh, we got a wonky wing on the pink and yellow car. And the sun is really starting to change directions on the track now. So if you haven't been out on the track for a couple of hours, we have direct sunlight on the track. You can see the sharp edges of the shadows. So it shouldn't change the track too much, but it is going to, if you haven't been out on the track for a while, visually the track will be quite a bit different. Okay, so just coming out of the first corner now, Jude, the all-white car with the white wing, is it white wing? It's a black wing with white sides, but white body, white wheels. That is car number 11, one of the cars from the Mixed Nuts team. Ooh. And a very slow rollover. I don't know if we're going to catch all that. Don't know what happened. He was already on the pipe. and then just a very slow and lazy rollover. So they're making their way into the tight and twisty infield now. Trying to get around this stricken car. That's one of the cars we were following earlier. And ooh, it's stuck in the pits. They've done what I call an Austin Powers. There we go. A little bit too fast on the pits, to be honest, but still, it's okay. Oh, 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 that is not the way to do an outlap. Tragedy. Just way too fast out of the pit lane and upside down, and lost tons of time. But now going over the jumps. Onto the second of those out and in legs. Down the short chute towards the brickyard. Very slidey there. That's all oil and rubber. It's mostly oil though. It's quite slippy. Probably not as grippy as you might think going through that section. Franz is asking, is there a limit on the amount of teams that can enter? No, I don't think so. There were 12. We were possibly going to have 13 teams, but we ended up with 12. I think we had about 10 last year. But if you can get a handful of racers together and that want to race, and the cool thing about this is that you're not racing one car for 6 hours or 7 hours. You're racing your individual car, so you actually end up only doing about an hour of runtime on your car, maybe a little bit more, depends on how many drivers are on your team. But you basically end up with about the same amount of runtime as you have in your car, and engine and bearings and all that, so clutch and all that important, wear item stuff. You end up with about as much runtime as you would have on a normal race day. And Ryan's asking, do we know where the 1/8 Off-Road Euros are next year? I think it's Portugal. I will have to check. I have that info almost to hand. I just have to do a login real quick. This is car 11. A bit of a mistake there. So 1 hour and 20 minutes left. This car, number 11 of Team Mixed Nuts. Down the main straight into that first corner. Imagine it must be pretty nice to go through that corner, knowing it's like good grip. You can get a nice shoot out of the corner. So I'm just looking up that information for you, Ryan. Just give me uno momento. I haven't gone missing, I promise. All right, so let's see, 2026 or 25. Yes, it's Portugal, Barcelos. So that'll be nice. That'll be cool. I think it's where the where the Euros? No, it's Buggy. It's not Buggy Land. It's Madrid. But it's the other big race. It's in Barcelos, but it's now they're hosting the Euros. The electric 1/8 Euros will be in Valladolid. And that is, let's see. Yeah, 1/8 buggy. The B Euros will be in Gusago in Italy. I think that is basically the Elliott Boots track. Osby team. So if you watch the RCGP coverage from Gusagos, that's the track. So yeah, but I haven't been to Barcelos, but I've been to the other two. And the World Championship for electric buggy, electric 1/8 will be at the Barcelos track as well. So they've got two major races within 2 months of each other. And like I said, the Euros for 40 plus are going to be at this exact track that you're watching right now next year for 40 plus. So if you want to see some of the fastest old racers in the world, got another wonky wing, but not on the car that we're watching. It's a different white car. But yeah, there you go. That's the information for you guys if you're curious about the Euros. And that is all basically what was decided about a year ago at the EFRA AGM. All right, so we'll follow this. Ooh, there's that bad wing. Let's see how this gets fixed. Probably a car swap. I'm not sure you're going to be able to see it on this camera here. No, we cannot. All right, let's find another car there, Jude. Ideally not the number 1 or number 2, but here we go. There's a couple of cars together. So we'll get the numbers of these cars as they come across in front of us. So the reason why I say not the number 1 or number 2 is because the J5Racing and Nemo factory teams, they're on 443 and 436 laps respectively. One of them very likely going to be our overall winner. And you'll be able to catch that. The official results, I'm sure, are going to be on the Herts Nitro Model Club Facebook page later this evening. Ooh, not a good landing. Don't cut the track too much, but there you go. Yeah, you kind of lost enough time there. I keep forgetting to look up and see what car number this car is, but I'm going to watch it. Ooh, as he comes over now. A little bit of a mistake there from the other car, possibly. What car number is this? Absolutely no numbers on it. Absolutely none. So it's utterly unhelpful. But I can tell you it's a Mugen. So it's not like I'm not looking for the numbers, because if I can see the brand stickers on the side of the car, I should be able to see numbers, but I don't see any numbers at all. So let's move forward one car, Jude, to the green and white car. Because if you don't have numbers on your car, I can't follow you. Sorry. So the green and white car who's just been passed, we'll follow this car instead. You got to have numbers on your car if you want your car to be on RCTV. Sorry, folks. This is the number 12 of South Coast. I think it's, well, the South Coast team. I assume HN. That could be an M afterwards, but I just calling them the South Coast team. I don't know exactly which one they are. HNMC, possibly. I don't know. And, okay, so we followed Team X, we followed Mix Nuts, we followed Accelerate, we followed Remote World a while ago. Let's see if we can find the car 9 out there sometime. The yellow, just coming out of the first turn, Jude. The second of these 4 cars that's just come out of the first turn. So it's the yellow car with the clear wing. This is our number 9 car of Nemo UK. Just to refresh everyone's memory, the way this is working, yes, it's a 7-hour endurance race. And there's 12 teams involved, and anywhere from 4 to 7 drivers per team, each driver using their own car and swapping transponders whenever they do a driver change. So that allows everyone to run their own car. There's not a single car that someone has to arrange to purchase brand new and build up and then just punish the hell out of it for 7 hours. Everyone's running their own car. You're basically doing about as much time as you would do on a normal club race day. It's about an hour, maybe an hour and a half if you did all of the practice time with your car. So at most, about 90 minutes of runtime on your engine and your bearings and your clutch and all that stuff, all the important wear items on your car. Diff and stuff like that as he goes over. Ooh, that was a rough one. See how that happened. Just hits the pipe, basically, and just slides. Doesn't get... The wing didn't catch the ground and help it get flipped back over onto its wheels. Oh, and over again. And then distracting the driver behind and making them crash as well. So, yeah, so that was basically just a explainer of how the team system is working here. And of course, it's organized by the Herts Nitro Model Club, sponsored by Herts RC Models and J5Racing. J5Racing, I've talked in depth about what they do, but basically they are an organization that have a few different model cars that are available for anyone to try out if you want to give electric buggy racing a go, whether it's 1/8 or 1/10, and especially Nitro RC, Nitro Buggy Racing, which is what we're watching right here. So, yeah, it's all good stuff, and we do appreciate everyone joining us for the live stream, joining us in the live chat. Ryan, as we could see from the stream of consciousness, realizing how old he actually is. Bryn Hall, thank you very much. One of our other heroes saying that's Dale Winton, car number 9, driving currently. So it's not often that we have the name of the driver who's directly driving the car on track. But it's Dale driving the car 9. Actually, yes, we're on. Yeah, car 9. Yeah, it looked like a 10 very briefly on the front of the car. So with an hour and 10 minutes left to go in this race, we're going to take a few minutes out and just have a drink and have a rest, basically, for the last hour of this 7-hour Herts Nitro endurance race. So we'll just play out one of our favorite messages of why we love RC here so much at RC Racing TV, and then we'll take a bit of a break and be back for the final hour.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Volkers is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order when you won your first world championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
All right, so as you can see, we're just under 1 hour remaining here at the Herts Endurance Race, the Nitro Endurance, here on Sunday, the 29th of September. The Herts Endurance Race 2024, brought to you by Herts RC Models and J5Racing here on rcracingtv. My name is Trent McKinney. We've got Jude McCallum up in the tower on the moving camera, and he did remind me, or point out to me, that I missed Voodoo Lane's question in the live chat comments. How do they know when to switch cars and drivers? Well, basically, most of the teams, one of the teams that we talked to earlier, Team X, said they have 7 drivers, so there's 7 different cars, and it's a 7-hour race, so they have 7 hours to drive. But if you split those up into 20-minute chunks, everybody drives 20 minutes per stint, so that's 2 or 3 fuel stops, and they can do 20 minutes at a time, and then the next driver comes out, does their 20 minutes, and so on and so forth. And then basically that's it. So they do 3 20-minute stints in their example, and the drivers, the teams, will be managing it in various different ways. So that's how they know when to do it. But basically, how they know when to do, like, if you're a driver and not a team manager, basically your team manager will pat you on the shoulder probably, or punch you in the arm and say, "Oi, get up there, it's your turn to drive, get your car ready." So yeah, that's how it happens. So Herts Nitro Endurance. Yesterday we had the electric endurance, and that was a 6-hour race with electric buggies, if you can imagine that. So it's a similar sort of thing, but the race director yesterday, Harrison, handled it a little bit differently. He had every driver had their own personal transponder, and basically combined them all under one team. And today, Jim race managing this one, just managing it in a slightly different way is all. Two different sides of the club, and just managing it in their own ways. That's all. So, who should we follow next? We won't follow cars 1 or 2 until the last 30 minutes or so, because one of them is going to win it, very likely, unless they just completely fall off the track and forget to put a car down on the track to count some laps. So who should we follow next? Anyone in the live chat want to let us know? I'll give you a minute or so before we decide and pick our own cars to follow. But there's a bunch of cars going through. Ooh, that's a nasty crash. So here's our action in the pit lane. Everything seems to be strangely calm. Nemo Factory back up into the lead with that team number 1 with 462 laps. Now 3 laps ahead of the J5Racing Team 1. East Shrewsbury, team number 6 with 426 laps, 2 laps ahead of number 8 team Herts RC Models in 425, just crossing the line now. 423 for team number 5 Herts RC Models, the other Herts team. J5Racing 2 in the car 7 with 409 laps, kind of in a no man's land sort of, because they're quite a ways ahead of team 11 Mixed Nuts with 384 laps. Accelerate Motors in the car number 3 on 373, and they're just ahead of Team X with 372 laps. Remote World from the Slough Club on 339 laps. Again, sort of on their own. The last few teams are kind of in their own here. Car 9 of Nemo UK with 321 laps, and the South Coast team, car 12 with 312 laps. So no one has piped up in the live chat to give any suggestions of who we should follow. So, let me see. Jude, you pick. It's cameraman's choice, and it's going to be this red and white car who he has instantly given the commentator's curse to. I'll say the cameraman's curse. Although I can't see a number on the car. If there's no number, we can't follow it. Let's see if we can get a number as they come down the short chute and into the brickyard. And it's car number 3. And that is Team Accelerate Motorsport. So we'll stick with them for a little bit and see how they do. Scott McIntyre saying follow car 5 and 8. I'll add a please onto that, Scott. Thank you very much. I'm kidding. But yes, we will follow cars 5 and 8. Ryan Donovan, of course, saying go Nemo. So yes, we will follow them and the J5 team in the last half hour or so. We want to make sure that the other teams make sure that we're not just following only the fastest guys. It's all love and respect and raising awareness of J5 Racing and Herts RC models in this case today. But yes, we are going to follow the top teams. Don't worry. Meanwhile, we're following the Team Accelerate Motorsport. As we're coming out of that tricky back section down the short chute into the brickyard here. See if I can identify the car. I can't see what car it is. The car brand, I should say. And we will follow that battle for third because it is still kind of close. It's 431 laps, 429, 427. So it is really close. It's a big gaggle of cars actually. Wow. Is that just coming towards us now? Jude, there's a car that's got a tire that is absolutely just wanting to fly off the car. There we go. There we go. Look at this. Wow. That is a nightmare. Oh, and there goes the insert. Just riding on the wheel. Let's see what they do here. The insert is gone. The tire is gone. And that's going to have to be... No, the insert's still there. There's a tire that came off. And that's going to be a car change for team number 8 of Herts RC Models. They're going to have to change cars prematurely, probably. Car 5, we can see a car 5 getting ready in the pits. So let's find another car. Let's see who this is here, Jude. Oh, well, if you take it away, we can't follow the car. I see another car 8 getting ready in the pits there. Yes, already warmed up, just in case this kind of thing happens. This is the Herts RC Models. So, Scott, you got your wish. We're following car 8. But let's see why this white car is out now. Stick with this white car, Jude, and I'll show... Here's our replay of why that car has suddenly come in. There goes the tire. It had come unglued from the wheel and had flung off as it did about a half a lap of the track. Basically just flopping around. If you've ever seen a similar sort of thing happen in full-size racing, it usually destroys the car, but it's not going to happen in model car racing. But here we go. Coming down the short chute. Whoop, I'm almost overcooking it there. So unfortunately for whoever was driving that last car, number 8, a short stint, possibly. Maybe they have to come back out because these drivers are supposed to do about the same amount of driving time each. You can't have one ringer and oops, I didn't mean to click that. Obviously, we're not on a short break at the moment. You're not supposed to have one, say, semi-pro guy drive around and put down some hot laps and sorry, just have to change comms devices for our cameraman. Make sure that things are okay. Put things back on charge. And can you hear me now? You're okay? Can't quite hear me yet. You hear me now, Jude? We did change batteries, or change devices over that were properly fully charged. So the first one may have gone. Thumbs up if you can hear me, Jude. No? Okay. Might have to do a little short break. I don't know quite what has happened, but I'll just have to pop off comms once again just for a moment. And just make sure that our cameraman is going to be able to hear us. So what's happened here? Don't know what's happening. So, okay, so comms are going out to the live. What? One, two, 1, 2. Can you hear me okay? So, I don't know. Magically, things have sorted themselves out. I don't know how. The wonders of modern technology. Things are great until they're not. Okay, so we have communication resumed with our cameraman again. Oh, what's going on there? So 45 minutes remaining now. And just confirming, Jude, thumbs up if you can hear me. We got a thumbs up. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we're back on the moving camera. There's our well, no longer our new car 8, but is the most recent car 8. It's still the current car 8. Let's see who else we can. Oh, the car 5 is the other one that we were requested to follow. Scott doing getting a little cheeky there with 2 requests in one, but no, it's fun, really. Car 5, where's car 5? I'll stick with this car 8, Jude, and I'll find the car 5 out there on the track. It's going to be one of these that comes across in front of us eventually, we hope. Ah, there we go. The second of the 2 cars. Actually, yeah, it's just behind, I think, the car 8 that we were just following. So, the car 5 and 8, team 5 and 8, very close together. Only 1 lap separating them. So basically, a major issue like that wheel coming off, or the tire coming off the wheel, that is something that could really affect things as they stand now. as we get towards the sharp end of the race. So coming over that step-up jump, down the short chute, into the brickyard. "44 minutes remaining now. Over the Astro jumps. Into the second of the out and in legs. It used to be called the coat hanger section here by the locals. Pretty good lap times. I mean, it's looking pretty quick, I must say. A little bit sliding in some of the corners, but because of the surface changes, the car is naturally going to be better on some areas than others. I imagine most of the drivers will have set up the car for the hard-packed, oil-soaked dirt surface. And there is quite a bit of. As we just look at that again. Quite a bit of brick. Just getting caught up in someone else's, well, two other people's accidents there. There are several sections of brick. There's even bits of wood. There's plenty of AstroTurf. There's AstroTurf facing on a lot of the jumps as well. So we're following the car 5 of the second of the Herts teams. They're actually on the same lap, technically. Where's that other car 8? It's the white car. He's just... It's not this one coming in for pits. It's this other one coming in for pits. So, okay. I'm not sure who's leading, but where's that 5 at? Just coming towards us on the jumps. Okay, so the other car A has just come out. I think... I'm not sure. That wasn't a pass. Oh, and a mistake there for the 5. And Chris asking in the live chat, what has happened to J5Racing Team 1? Has dropped the 6-lap lead. I couldn't tell you exactly. They were definitely leading for quite some time. I think there was a transponder issue with the Nemo factory team or something, because they were way down an 8th at, I think, the 2-hour mark. And then they suddenly leapt back up the timing. I think they had just had a transponder malfunction or timing malfunction or something happened, because they were suddenly given loads of laps. I don't know what happened. It's not like I have the race director right next to me that I can ask or anything. So something happened to the J5 team, and I am not sure. It could be a transponder problem. It could be a major car breakage, and they just weren't ready to do a car swap or something. I don't know. We don't have a pit reporter or anything like that here, unfortunately. And although we've been talking to several of the team members, we just don't have the direct knowledge. I'm looking at one of the teams is at the 12, is just coming to pit. But certainly, if you know anybody on that team or from J5Racing and can maybe pass on the info, do let us know what happened, because unfortunately, I don't. Okay, so less than 40 minutes left now. 39 minutes and 50-something seconds. Oh, thank you very much, Chris. Fantastic. I don't have the sound effect to play for you, but thank you very much for joining the RCTV channel on YouTube as a hero. You will make sure to see the details of your membership, because you can get a sheet of stickers. You can get your 10% discount on the rcracingtv.com merchandise store. We have all kinds of cool beanies and fitted hats, trucker caps, hoodies, shirts. I'm wearing the Pit Lane Hot Sauce shirt, which is one of the crew favorites. We've also got the Shield shirt, which is one of my favorites as well. But yeah, do check out the details on there. And if anyone else is interested in supporting RC Racing TV to bring you live coverage from around the world, showcasing the RC hobby and community in all sorts of amazing and fun and interesting ways, be sure and check out the join button on the YouTube channel. I was going to get into this, but I may as well mention it now. But if you don't want to join, or you just can't see yourself dropping 5 shekels a month into the pot, check out rcracingtv.com and use the Herts Endurance discount code. It is pinned in the live chat. You can oops, just seeing here. Sorry, I'm just clicking something here. You can check out the channel, rcracingtv.com link that's pinned at the top of the live chat, and you get 15% off any of the merch in the merchandise store. We got a cool poster, Pit Lane Hot Sauce. It looks like a Tabasco thing, but it's absolutely nothing to do with Tabasco. And we have another one that's the flame style logo, which is quite cool. That's the one I'm wearing. I like the yellow one. I don't have enough bright clothing in my t-shirt inventory. I have a lot of t-shirts, but I don't have too many yellow ones. Yeah, so there's lots and lots of cool stuff. So check that out. 15% off this weekend only. It ends sometime tomorrow. I think tomorrow midday UK time. That discount code, so make sure and use that code. You get 15% off on rcracingtv.com. So who are we with now? We're with the car 5 that is pitting in now and has been swapped recently because the tire came off of the previous car 5. So let's see who else we can follow. The car 6 is one that we need to follow because they are just ahead of both of the Herts RC Models teams. I'll find the car 6 out there for us. But anyway, just to wrap that up, thank you very much, Chris, for supporting us. We do super appreciate it. And of course, you get priority follow requests, and we'll do anything that you ask within reason. Here's the car 6 coming into the pit lane with that bright pink back end, getting a refuel. There's Team X next to them getting refueled as well. So let's follow this car here for several laps now. Ryan Donovan dropping £5, another £5 into the urn of change for us. Thank you very much, Ryan. We did have a couple of beers last night, so thank you very much, Jude and I. Enjoyed Netflix on someone else's account in the Airbnb. I don't know. So they'll have what was it? Bullet Train with Brad Pitt on their view list now. We did enjoy it. Have seen it before, but it's funny to watch. Anyway, it's good to watch a comedy action movie like that. Just to kind of take brain out and laugh, sort of thing, after a long day at the track. We're going down the main straight. Is that car 6? I think it is. Yes. And thank you very much, Chris, and who else? Lewis, and there was another one that we had today. Another fantastic person who placed an order in the shop on rcracingtv. We've had some clothing orders today, which is rare, which is amazing. We've got a new hero today. Thank you very much, Chris, again. And Ryan Donovan dropping us another handful of change. Thank you very much, Ryan. Ooh, tight. Coming into that Brickyard section. And we're getting to the last half hour here. Oh, look at that. That's what you call keeping your lead ahead of that number 6 car. And meanwhile, the number 6 has just gone over. So number 6 of the East Shrewsbury crew. I'm not sure what the full name of the team is. I just see East Shrewsbury on the live timing just like everyone else does. So the final 30 minutes coming up. So we'll just take a very, very brief break and bring you the last half hour of the 7-hour Herts endurance race, the Nitro endurance, 7 hours. And we'll just show you this one last clip one more time, and we'll be back for the last half hour.
This is mine.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
3-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I've lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
All right, are you ready? 30 minutes remaining. 30 minutes. And action is starting to really get heating up in the pits. And out on track. Well, no one in those sections there. Just there's a car, and there's another car. And you could just about see the driver stand. But here we are. Okay, so we followed all of the lower ranked teams at the moment. We followed teams 6, 8, and 5, the East Shrewsbury team, the Herts RC Models team, and the other Herts RC Models team. The 4 laps difference over 6.5 hours is not a lot, considering the laps are only about 40 to 50 seconds long each. So we've got the Nemo factory team in the car 1 out there somewhere. I will try to find them. And then the J5Racing team in the car 2 is out there as well. We've got a dead car. I hope it's not anyone we're hoping to follow. That's the car 10. That's the dead car. It's the Team X, unfortunately. So, Team 7 is just gone underneath us. It's Team 12. Team 1 is just coming to the pits. Jude, the white car with the black wing. Pits, Jude, in the pits, in the pits. I think that's them. Yes, I think that's them. That's car 1 of Nemo Factory. Now, my eyes aren't quite good enough to see the lack of a front shock tower. I can see it now in profile, but it's hard for me to catch it as it's going over jumps and stuff like that. But this is a Nemo N1 of the Nemo Factory team. So we'll follow them for a bit, and then we'll be moving back and forth to see who is doing what. Franz is saying, new RCTV hoodie is on its way to me. Thank you very much, Franz. It's fantastic. I do enjoy mine. It's had a lot of wear over the last year or so, but I do enjoy mine. We're working on somehow getting stickers in the clothing orders, but at the moment we don't have a way to do that because they are print and made on demand. So please do be aware of that. We don't have like stock of these things in someone's closet at home or anything like that. They are made on demand. We can't. There's just no way that we can have like 5 of everything or whatever ready to send out, unfortunately. But we are working on a way to have stickers. We're exploring all the various options that we can do. Oh, that's one way to let someone pass. 26 minutes remaining. Not a lot of time left to catch up. So Nemo Factory 3 laps ahead of J5Racing Team 1 at the moment. Moving pretty quick. So this is one of the leading drivers in one of the leading cars. I can tell you it's not Kev Brunston because he's got his own paint scheme. This might be John Hazelwood, but I'm not sure if he's actually racing. He usually runs a black livery car. Very nicely done there. Onto the first of those out and in legs. Oh, I missed I always miss the camera. Over the AstroTurf jumps. And then coming towards us, there's that car on the right side and just flying past the camera. Ryan saying the Nemo N1 car looks styled. I absolutely agree. It does look very good. Obviously, this is a Nemo Factory team, so just by the very name they call themselves, the very fact they call themselves the factory team means they're not taking any prisoners here. And yes, it is all for fun, and it is a memorial race. But racers gonna race, as I always say. So So if there's a chance that they can pull a bigger gap at the moment, 4 laps ahead. I'm just waiting for the J5 team to come across the line. Not sure where they're at. The car 2. Still haven't come across. Still 4 laps is the lead. There's a car. Where are they? Now they're 5 laps down. Oh, they've just crossed now. Okay, so they're a lap and a bit behind. And somehow they have to hope that this Nemo team has a major breakage or some sort of issue and loses 5 laps. Because now they're 4 laps and a bit behind. Ryan saying it's the new lightweight body shell. So if that's what does it, then that's what does it. Coming out of that twist a bit down the short chute into the brickyard. Woo! Sliding. Some skills. All right, I'm going to find the number 2 car. Okay, so the number 2 car has just come out of the... okay, so it's the 3rd car to go over the green jumps, Jude. The 3rd car about to hit the green jumps now. That's them. That's the number 2 car of J5Racing Team 1. And they've successfully passed whatever car that is. It looks like a twin almost. Multitude of colors there. And now they're leading. They've broken away from that gaggle of cars. Down the short chute again. And themselves getting into that slidey brick section. Into that high grip concrete first corner. There we go. Bam. There we are. Make use of that camera finally. And then coming back towards us now. There we go. Look at that. And then you can just about see them. It's a speck. It's not a great view on that. Oh, getting a little hung up there. That's not going to help. So all the J5 team can do at the moment now with 21 minutes remaining is basically hope that there is some sort of issue with the Nemo factory team car. And they have to do a bunch of driver swaps or something. In order to make up the 5 laps or so that they are behind. Some drama in the pits. See what's happening. So anything? Oh, there's some people gathered around a car, or yes, that's a car. That is a stricken car. I think that's the. Can't see the number on it. I think it's the Nemo UK team having some troubles. Is the car 9 of the Nemo UK team currently running last? So they have quite a few laps to make up to the South Coast team to get out of that last spot. But meanwhile, we're with the J5 Racing team, car number 2. If you can hear a dog barking in the background, that is, I believe his name is Bailey, Jim's dog. Ryan is telling me that's Junior Billy Grindley for J5 Racing at the moment. Billy running, as far as I know, he is running a WIRC. Hello. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, come this way, please. Still chilly. Here you are. All right, so we have, I believe, your team manager from Team Accelerate Motorsport.
No,
is that right?
So I own the full-size car racing team,
okay.
Accelerate Motorsport.
Right, okay.
Today we've got Tim Simpson, who's Ben Simpson's dad, who's team manager for our team today, but I'm just one of the drivers.
Oh, okay. Just one of the drivers.
Indeed.
So, yeah, that's car number 3, I believe, that you
right.
guys have been mixing it up with Mixed Nuts and Team X for quite a while, really.
Yeah, I think we had a really good start. We put out myself and Ben, who are probably the 2 quickest drivers right at the start. So we pulled up into second place at one point, and then obviously with a mixed bag of drivers, we dropped back a little bit. But now myself, Ed, and Ben have been out for the sort of final 3 stints, and I think we're starting to haul our way back up a little bit. But yeah, we've not got the same caliber of drivers as some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a mix of drivers. We're following, we were following the car number 1 of the Nemo Factory team, and young Billy Grindley running for J5 Racing, who's pretty handy himself.
Yeah, no, there's some really quick drivers out there, that's for sure. And I think seeing how particularly Elliot did so well at the World Championships, that's really good. I mean, most people probably won't realise, but I actually went to World Championships in 1992. I was overall the 4th fastest Brit at that World Championships, about 36 overall. But that was a long while ago, and I had 25 years out.
Yeah.
And then came back about 2 years ago. To see if I can not exactly replicate it, but get back to doing okay. And I think we've been doing all right.
Yeah, knock the rust off.
Exactly, there was plenty of that, absolutely. But no, we run a British touring car racing team. So for the people who listen, the British touring cars is sort of a British version of NASCAR. It's probably the nearest way to describe it. It's a televised race series. We get 1.5 million viewers on TV. And maybe 30,000 or 40,000 people at each race meeting. We're currently joint leaders in the championship.
Fantastic.
Not me personally. I don't race real cars. I have done, but not anymore. But no, our driver Tom Ingram's a joint championship leader. We're going into the final round next weekend at Brands Hatch.
Wow. Okay, I didn't realise it was already wrapping up that quick.
Yeah, we have quite a condensed season, mainly to try and keep in the best of the British weather.
Yeah.
Clearly, we know this, particularly this year, there's been lots of rain, but. Yeah, so we end normally beginning of October and start the sort of middle to end of April. So we'll have a long off season, and then hopefully we'll be celebrating a great result.
Oh well, hopefully, yeah. That's fantastic. So, what car is it exactly that you run?
So ostensibly it's a Hyundai i30, so the sort of mid-size Hyundai. But in reality, there's almost nothing of the Hyundai left. It's a effectively a space frame car,
right?
Like NASCAR. And there's really just a sort of body shell over the top. They're around about 400 horsepower, in that sort of ballpark, maybe a bit more.
Is it still front drive?
Front wheel drive on most of them, but it's one of the only series in the world which allows both front and rear wheel drive specifications. And there's a sort of BOP formula to try and equalise that, as well as a BOP formula for equalising different engine performance.
Right. And that's balance of power for people who are unaware. I mean, the same sort of thing happens in NASCAR and Le Mans and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, exactly. So it just makes really close racing. It's sort of 30-minute sprint races, real door-to-door sort of cut and thrust racing. Very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that I mean, not funny, but it was interesting that you were explaining what BTCC is, because I mean, from my experience of it, I first heard of it with the Toka touring car computer game.
Yes.
And it was like, what is this? What is going on? Try and race it, and like suddenly your side mirrors are missing, your side window is missing, you got cars smashing into each other, and of course you have all the highlights that are available on YouTube and Instagram and everything. Some amazing stuff from like he's saying I'm number one, the classic Murray Walker quote.
Definitely.
Some really, really good stuff from the 90s, the 80s and 90s, I suppose. And And yeah, so it's great that it's the series is continuing and everything like that. And
I think back in those sort of timelines, that was sort of when it was in its heyday, really.
Yeah.
Although it's still very popular. It is the biggest motorsport other than Formula One in the UK, and obviously Formula One is very much more international. So it's still a big thing. But it probably hasn't quite the same following that it did back in the 90s, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I think things started to go off the rails maybe slightly with Super Touring.
Yes, I think that's right. I mean, the budget's just went mad.
the Alpha 156s and like the insane cars that were out there, and then you look back, it's like, oh, this is just a Primera or this is an Accord, But still, I mean, I think that's quite cool because you can someone will go buy. I used to not know people, but I used to see people they'd buy a Dodge Stratus or a Honda Accord back in the States, and they do them up with the touring car body show look, like people would buy a car like I have, the just a normal Fiesta, but then add the RS, look-alike bits on it, because you want to make it look faster and just look a bit cooler, But yeah, I mean that was always the kind of the cool thing for me, is that you could go to the dealership or the on Auto Trader or something like that and buy a car that is like supposedly sort of raced in BTCC or in touring car.
I mean, in some ways, I think in that era, although the cars were highly developed and furiously expensive, they were actually slightly closer probably to a road car than what we run now.
Yeah.
But it was actually the process of being a road car, but making it closer to a road car, making that as fast as they were, was the expensive part of the process.
Yes.
Whereas we have effectively a kit of bits that is pretty much standardized across all the cars. There's 80% of the cars are standard across all the grid.
Okay, yeah.
And then we have to add 20% of the parts, and then make the best of the bits that we've got to use.
Right. When did they change that formula then? Because
2012-ish, 2013, that kind of timeline.
I'll be honest. I follow MotoGP and Formula One like a lot of people do. I prefer MotoGP just because there's loads more passing. Moto3 is absolutely insane to watch. I love watching. That's like my premier. If I want to just be shouting out loud and annoying my girlfriend, that's what I'll be watching is Moto3.
That's what.
Formula One is still great. I'm just too busy doing stuff like this to be able to just go. Okay, I'd love to be watching Australian supercars and the WTCC and the BTCC, all that stuff. I just can't.
You gotta
I don't have the time, and I hate watching just the highlights of like BSB and all these other World Superbike. Even I want to watch the whole race, but I have to sleep. I have to eat.
No,
but I mean, it is very cool. So I'll definitely be giving you our card.
Cool, yeah.
So that maybe we can do something down the road and see what we can do.
Maybe come along to a race meeting. It's interesting because we get quite a lot of ex model car racers involved.
Yes.
So, and current model car racers actually. So
I mean, Nicholas Hamilton, probably one of the biggest names.
Yeah, and Jake Hill does a bit of on-road touring car RC racing. And we've got a couple of engineers that have been racing here at Herts. There's a guy that actually just works for us in hospitality, just sort of as a meet and greet guy. He used to race here at Herts as well.
That's great.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a crossover. And I was chatting with Ben Simpson, who's currently out there racing for us today, out on track, trying to make up the deficit to try and get back to 7th place.
How is he doing?
He's
on
catching.
Time?
He's definitely catching.
Yeah?
But I don't think it's going to be fast enough. We're now
3 laps in 11 minutes. It's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's endurance racing, though, isn't it? It's all about car prep, which you are going to be very familiar with, and all these engineer guys, and driving steady driving, and then just keeping yourself out of trouble.
Yeah, no,
that's endurance racing, isn't it?
Yeah, and particularly when you've got quite a mixed level of ability on track at the same time. So it can be. I know Ben earlier on was getting a little bit frustrated because he wants to go at his pace, and there's people that are quite a long way off that pace. And you can't just expect them to just jump out of the way. Of course, they probably should do in some respects, but you can't expect that. And even to the extent that they don't necessarily have the car control to be able to just position it exactly in the right place.
Yeah.
So then, that's just
it's a bit like watching the Le Mans 24 because it's you have the gentleman racers and then you have a couple of pro drivers on each team, and it's. You don't know exactly who's out there necessarily. Maybe as a viewer, if you're a really super keen viewer, you would know. But you're like, why is this car going so slow? It looks so fast.
Yeah, indeed. No, that's absolutely right. And you just don't know who's going to be out there at any moment in time.
Yeah.
But it's been a great fun day here, and the guys here at the circuit do a great job to put on a really great event.
Yeah, I mean, I this is the third year I'm doing the Nitro, and the second year, obviously last year they did electric as well, and so it's really good. And like I was saying before, it's great that J5Racing is part of proceedings as well, because it's just bringing new blood into the RC community is a fantastic thing. I was trying to equate it to somehow like the arrive and drive sort of thing that you see at like Clio Cup and Fun Cup type events that they do. And I suppose BTCC is a bit more of towards the sharp end of things beyond Clio Cup, but that's like an intro sort of service. As I guess you have like Janetta Juniors and Janetta and stuff like that feed into the sports car racing side of things.
Yeah, there's been a few changes on that front over the last few years. So the Janetta Juniors has moved off the Toka package, and there's a new junior car coming on. But then, and also the Clio Cup moved off the Toka package. In fact, stopped for a while and sort of restarted. But then the Mini Challenge, which I'm also involved in and Accelerate Run Cars in, is now the sort of obvious feeder to BTCC. And in fact, actually, Dan Zelos, who raced and won the Mini Challenge 3 times, the championship 3 times, he's just stepped up to touring cars this year as a reserve driver with Accelerate, and he got his the first race meeting that did pretty well, got a couple of sort of 11th, 12th, 13th, and then this last round he ended up being 6th overall in one of the races, so did really, really well, and it actually was 5th or 6th in qualifying, but there was a ride height infringement, which is a bit of a thing. We often have ride height infringements.
Oh man, is that because of tire wear, or is there like a plank or something like that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, tire wear, a little bit of damage. In his case, he had a damaged wishbone, and they don't unfortunately give you any leeway for that. I guess it'd be a bit like in actually I don't know how it works, but in RC racing, if your car doesn't fit in the box, it doesn't fit in the box. You can't say, oh yeah, but that's because my top link has come undone a bit, and therefore I'm running negative camber. I assume that the scrutineers don't go, oh well, I'm sorry, sorry, you can change that and put it back to how you want it to be. So it's a bit like that.
There is that for on-road carpet racing.
Yes.
You have to have I think it's either a 5 mil minimum ride height, so you don't scratch up the carpet, damage basically the club's carpet, which they own.
So maybe it's a bit similar. I mean, I think it's sometimes a bit frustrating, particularly in as I say, in our situation where we ended up with effectively losing a position because of a broken wishbone. And it's not because he hit anybody. It's just although in fairness, he did hit a curb. He hit a curb hard, and they had been warned to stay off the curbs.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So maybe it's
the infamous sausage curbs.
Yeah, that's basically it. Exactly that. But it's we've had a good season on the touring car front, and Dan Zedos did a really good job at the last round at Silverstone. It was a bit like here actually. 2-3 weeks ago there was just a normal club meeting, and I think it's been on YouTube and there's been 10,000 views. It was utterly torrential rain, and we decided, the drivers at the front, me included, we're just going to keep going, and race control didn't stop it, and it was literally you would have been better off with a boat. But actually last weekend at Silverstone for the touring BTCC it was actually quite similar. It was absolutely biblical rain. And but anyway, they stopped the race and then restarted again, and luckily we still won the final race.
Oh, okay. Well, so fantastic. That's good. Yeah, it's always crazy to see how much weather, especially in recent years, weather has been affected. I mean, even the model car stuff, we've had stoppages and rain delays and all sorts of things. A couple of years ago, I was in Italy when we actually for World Championships we actually had to stay an extra day
to finish it off.
To actually finish, because the World Championships are the only RC event that have a rain day built in to the program.
Yes.
But the European Championships, there's no rain delay.
No.
It's you either run, or you might have there's space in the program to run 5 sets of qualifiers, or all the way down to 2, and minimum 2 will count.
Yes.
But if you don't have 2 qualifiers, then there's actually no program. So it's a nightmare for the race directors, which I've done that sort of thing, and it's absolute nightmare. But it happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just happening more often nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe less so in Spain, where it read about. It looked pretty glorious.
Yeah,
I don't think they had any rain there, but I don't think it doesn't look like we're now 2 laps behind, but I can't see us doing that.
It's going to be a hard ask.
Yeah, unless the other team have a cup.
Yes,
maybe.
I mean that's the thing. We've been following the cars 1 and 2 to see what might happen here or there.
Yeah, they've got 4 laps between them now. So
it was 5, so they're not really catching up all that much.
No, no. So they're going to rely on an incident for the leaders.
So we haven't seen. Well, I mean, I'm sure there have been breakages. We haven't seen too many on camera, but I'm sure there have been. We saw a tire coming off of one of the cars earlier.
I think it was Jim's who's just walked into.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was one of the Herts teams.
It's that top preparation from Jim on his blue tires. No, I think
but they were quick to swap out the car, though. I think they probably had. Is that the offending tire? Oh dear. It looks almost in good condition.
It's actually. It looks like it's because it's a very soft compound. It's actually cut.
Got caught on one of the pegs as accelerated.
That'll do it. It's a shame. It's almost it doesn't look too worn, but yeah, it's about half worn.
Certainly not as worn as the tyres were at Redovan. They looked in bad shape.
Oh, okay. So that's already been done. So there's no questions at the end.
We've done it to the best of our ability.
Okay.
So that should be right now. I think it's 4 laps in it after.
Yes. Well, I mean, look how close 3rd and 4th are. They're on the same lap.
If my tyre hadn't come off, that's how close.
Be right up there, yeah.
We're in 4th, and I think they're only almost how long said to go? 7 minutes.
3 minutes. 3.5 minutes. So, I mean, according to our time, I assume, it's about right. Yeah.
Well, we did a 42 last time, and they did.
So Jim just telling us, Ryan asking in the comments, asking about what's happened with P1 and 2. J5 have just jumped 5 laps, so they have done some lap corrections for missing laps that have occurred during the race. So this is as close as we're going to get this at this sharp end of the race. 3 minutes to go now. So I'll let you hang that on the wall in the shop, maybe.
Apologies for not being able to come in earlier. I've had a busy day.
Oh no, it's all right, Jim. It's all right. I don't race directing, running 2 teams, driving yourself.
Running 2 teams.
We're now accelerator just 1 lap behind, but I guess maybe that's because of the position on the circuit. Yeah, they've just gone to 2 laps, so it's it's definitely not going to happen.
It's more of a 1.8 laps or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Ben's caught up about 6 laps, but no, maybe 5 laps, but still, he's done very well. I did my best to catch up a few.
You've got 3 or 4 people that have never driven a Nitro car before, and this is the hardest.
This is I was describing this yesterday as the Nürburgring of RC car buggy tracks, because it is crazy. So car 2 has just gone down the straight. I think it's the red car just coming out of the first car towards the green jumps. Jude is car 2 of J5. Yeah. So J5 now in the lead after some lap corrections. So are you going to hop on or? Okay, yeah. So the last minute and a half with Jim from Herts RC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, finally. So yeah, we have some Nemo supporters in the live chat asking what was happening. Basically, like we were saying, you've done some lap corrections.
So they ran
some missing laps.
Yeah, they ran a different transponder. And what we've done, we've waited till now before we've added them on, just to make sure there's no others to add on. And that's the best way to do it. What we could have done before the race was to get, say, 3 transponders per team, and it would automatically did it. But because we want people to physically swap them, then we wouldn't know if people are swapping them and just putting another car out with the other transponder number.
Yeah.
Or what's been suggested for next year is to hold them in race control or something, so they have to physically come and get them when they break the other one. So they only have 1 transponder in their position at a time. So I mean, it's a learning curve. I mean, this is I think the 2nd year we've run this event. We used to run it, as I said before, it was always the last event of the year. And the pro teams used to run 1 car, and the clubs used to run as many cars as they wanted.
Okay, yeah.
But because we've only probably got 1 pro team here today, or manufacturer's team, they can't really. We sort of opened it up, but if I get say Team Associated, Mugen, S-Works, and Nemo, and another couple of teams, we could have a pro class and the clubman's class. But I think 12's about the right number because the place is really busy with 12 teams.
It is, yeah.
When you
and I think there's someone underneath us. The Nemo UK team has been pitting underneath us, basically.
I can
doing their warm-ups and stuff like that.
I can tell you, Nemo UK are done. Their sheet was in about 30 minutes ago. They have broken every transponder they own.
Oh, no.
So they've handed their sheet in, and they've all had a good day.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the main thing. That and raising awareness and some funds for J5Racing.
Yep.
For their efforts, it's fantastic to see that they've had 3 whole brand new cars, the 2 WIRC cars and the Schumacher, out there ready for people to use.
Yep.
And that's it. Race is finished.
Yep. We've just got some some little plaques to give out to the teams. Do some photos of the teams.
And, very good.
Get all the driver logs in for the different teams as well. So it's a good event. Look out! I think if you're into 1/8 off-road, I believe Slough are running a race meeting next Sunday, weather permitting, and then we're back here at the end of October. So we've got like a little break. I think we've got a 1/10 race in between that as well on a Sunday. We never stop here. The venue's open 7 days a week. If there's nothing on, you can just come at 10 o'clock in the morning, book in, use the AstroTurf track, use the dirt track, use what you want, really.
And run something very large on the basher track to knock down all the
the
little bushes that are popping up.
the basher track, we're just waiting for some jumps to be done.
Yeah.
And as I said, that's going to be made lossy bike friendly. So they'll be able to run lossy bikes.
That's cool.
We have a wonderful rock crawling course here as well.
Yeah, I was mentioning it earlier, and we did show a bit of it yesterday that we could see from the tower yesterday.
We ran an open day one of the days, and I think we had about 30 or 40 people turn up. I think you had Axel. Trying to think the other makes. You had quite a few manufacturers here with their products.
That's cool.
And people could run round. Right, I better disappear. Give out some plaques.
You have some presentations to do. And I'll let you go, Jim.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to Mark Garrett, who's been in race control for 8 or 9 hours solidly today. So thank you to Mark Garrett. Thank you to the club for preparing everything.
Yeah, definitely. HNMC.
Yep.
Fantastic job from everybody yesterday and today.
Yep.
And thank you to yourself, Jim, Herts RC Models, and of course to J5Racing. Go ahead. I'll let you go, and I'll finish up.
Yep.
And do the outro and let you get on with everything else that you need to do today.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thanks, Jim. All right. So that was the Herts Nitro Endurance Race. 7 hours of Nitro buggy racing. Can you believe it? After all that, just a few laps in it, 3 laps between J5Racing Team 1 and the Nemo Factory Team. Herts RC Models Team number 8 and East Shrewsbury finishing on exactly the same number of laps, but Herts RC taking it with 494 laps just ahead of East Shrewsbury. Again, finishing the same number of laps after 7 hours of hard racing. And multiple drivers and cars out there on the track as well. Herts RC Models, the second team, team number 5, finishing in 5th. J5Racing 2, finishing in 6th place. Mixed Nuts, finishing in 7th. In 8th place, Accelerate Motors. Thank you very much to them that came in, and also the team manager from Team X, and finishing in 9th place. And Team Remote World from Slough, finishing 10th. And then the South Coast team in car number 11, finishing in 11th place. And Nemo UK finishing 12th. Really, really good job from everybody. It's a lot of work to put this thing on. It's a lot of work even to just participate. So thank you very much to everyone who has joined us in the live stream and here at the track. Nodding, saying hello, buying us beers. Thank you very much, Ryan, again. Oh, thank you very much, Scott McIntyre. We missed that. Sorry. Thank you very much for joining as a hero. We've got a couple new heroes, a bunch of merch that you can still get for 15% off using the Herts Endurance code on rcracingtv.com. Do check that out, please. And thank you very much for joining us here in the live chat and here at the track. So for me, Frank McKinney for RC Racing TV, and for Jude McCallum up on the tower that you can just see to the left of the screen just now. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we'll see you, I'm not sure when, actually. I'm not sure when our next live event is. But it will be hopefully soon, and we'll see you all online very soon.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himataka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first world championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I've lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.